Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Big Brother 27 off season. I'm your host, Taran Armstrong, here at RHAP, and I'm here today with the winner of Big Brother 27 for her deep dive. It's Ashley. How you doing, Ashley?
Hi, Taran. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Very excited to have you. First of all, thank you because you were my first draft pick, first pick off the
Oh my
board in
gosh.
our draft.
Oh my gosh. Yay.
You won
Thank
it
you
for
so
me.
much. That's so exciting. Congratulations.
Yes, Taylor and I, just
Yes.
great pickers.
Yes.
Um, and and then secondarily, I will also congratulate you on your win of Big Brother 27. That was very impressive.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it, but also can't believe it at the same time.
Yes, well, thank you for agreeing to do the deep dive. I think a lot of people are excited about this because, in particular, Big Brother tends to not be the greatest at portraying games that don't involve competition wins or showmances. And so um, there's a lot, I think, that is left on the table when it comes to a general perception of your game from people that were not paying close attention to the feeds. So I'm very excited to go through it all with you. I'm sure there's a lot to get into. So I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Let's go.
So just, I guess, as a small introduction to me, I do live feed updates every single day during the season. I'm an absolute crazy person. I have notes from every single day on the live feeds, and I've spent the last week gathering them all for this massive dump of like everything that happened in the season. So feel free to ask me questions along the way if there's anything that you're like, what was this person up to, or like, why did this person do something? I can try to guess, but if you're asking me why Keanu did something, we're gonna get into some territory.
Nobody understood that. Nobody understood. Okay.
I will also say at the top of this podcast that I have actually also written a book about the show. It's called Behind the Mirror, Inside the World of Big Brother, publishing soon in just over a month now in November. You can go to taranarmstrong.com if you want to pre-order it. Now, a lot of people in that house could have used this book.
Definitely. Probably. I haven't even read it and I just know yes.
All right. So, Ashley, first of all, we discovered you in the preseason, of course. We saw your interviews. We learned quickly that you were a friend of one Hannah Chada, who is certainly beloved in these streets. Can you tell me, what is your relationship with Hannah, and what did you talk to her to prep? Did you ask her questions? What was going on in the preseason?
Yeah, so I've known Hannah since I was big. I mean, we've literally known each other pretty much our whole lives. Our parents are really good friends growing up. And so, yeah, we basically grew up together, literally. I mean, I'm telling you, like, my mom, she worked, obviously like a 9 to 5. And my mom would literally drop me off in the morning at Hannah's house. And Hannah's nanny would literally watch us all before school when we were literally this big. Like, I'm talking early elementary days, like kindergarten. So yeah, I've known Hannah like quite literally almost my whole life. And yeah, we're still friends, obviously in adulthood. Clearly, we actually lived in DC together at the same time because she started Georgetown Med School when I was like, I think my second or third year of law school at Georgetown. So we ended up obviously being very, very close quarters. I literally like threw her birthday party like 2 years ago at my apartment complex. Like we go way, way, way back. And then as far as like Big Brother preseason, I didn't end up telling Hannah because I was so scared of the NDA. I didn't end up telling Hannah until like the week before I left. And she was like, oh my gosh. She had mixed feelings about me going on the show just because she obviously had a great experience, but there was also some like trauma there. It's you're
Yeah.
in the house, you don't have a phone and all the things, stalkers, all the stuff. And she's like, you're so sweet. Like, I don't know. I feel like, she just felt like maybe it wasn't going to be everything I envisioned it being. So we had a lot of combos like that. I obviously still decided to do the show, and she's so happy I did. She's so supportive. She's literally the best, sweetest girl ever. And she just started asking me really good questions. Like probably like 3 days before I left, she was like, what's your strategy? Like with this, like she's like, you need to start thinking about all of this. Like, what are you going to say your job is? Like, how are you going to, you need to remember points about your job. She kind of just was kind of guiding me through things that I should be asking myself. She never told me like what to do, what strategy, anything. She really wanted me to like figure it out myself. But she definitely asked the questions that got my brain thinking. Like, okay, these are the things you need to think about before you go in the house because you were going to be grilled on it. And yeah, I obviously decided not to tell the other house guests that I knew Hannah, besides Rachel. I did tell Rachel Riley, obviously, very, very early on, and I told Amy. But I kept it a secret the whole rest of the season. And I'm glad I did because that would have been even more. I would have had even more of a target on my back. And it was just funny. The house guests, like week 2 or 3, first they said I reminded them of Chelsea. But then people started saying Hannah Chada from Cookout. And I was like, she's great. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I do kind of seem like Hannah. I'm just playing it off. And it was just really funny and awkward because they would started talking about the Cookout a lot. And it's like, oh, the Cookout. That's right. That alliance. Season 20. Oh, yeah.
Well, I especially love how you pulled it out in the end game when you're talking to Morgan and like, oh yeah, Xavier cut Azza because he wasn't sure he could beat her. But they're still friends, it's totally chill.
I was planting every seed I could to make sure that I was going to be in those final 2 tiers, even if I didn't win that comp, because obviously at that point I hadn't won that many comps. The only comp I genuinely threw was the double eviction, which people already, I guess, were kind of onto that because I guess I didn't think I made it obvious, but I guess people saw me start to slow down and kind of look at Morgan. But that's the only comp I genuinely like completely threw because I was like, oh my gosh, I'm about to win. Oh no, this is terrible. Just because that was the week where, I definitely would have put up Lauren and Keanu, but I was looking around. I'm like, oh my gosh, if either of them win the veto, I have to show my cards because the only people left were Morgan, Vince, and Ava. And I wasn't ready to do that yet. And honestly, if I was forced to do it and I obviously if Lauren or someone else was going to win that double, I would have won the double. You know what I'm saying? Like if I looked around and saw that someone I didn't want to win was going to win, I would have just had to go for it. And my replacement nom definitely would have been Vinny and he would have gone home. And I don't think I would have made it to the end of the game because Morgan would have won that. She won that second to last HOH and I would have been on that block. So yeah, it's just crazy how small moves, you're like, oh, America judges, they're like, oh my gosh, you didn't win any comps, but it's like, people don't realize sometimes it's the strategic thing to do to throw it to your allies every now and then. Now, granted, I really wanted to win week 8, especially that HOH, the one Keanu won, because at the time I wanted to be able to kind of, run my own game, you know what I mean? Do my own thing and make those big moves. It obviously didn't work out that way, but everything, we'll get into that later. But yeah, I feel like everything plays out the way it's supposed to. And I'm religious. So I'm I genuinely feel like everything happened for a specific reason to get me to where I was.
Even the shower, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We'll talk about it. Before we get into it, though, I want to ask you one final thing about the preseason. How much of the show had you seen before going into the show?
A lot. I had been watching the show. Granted, I haven't seen every season since high school, but I've seen a lot of the seasons. I've seen Jess and Cody season. I've seen Janelle's season. Love Janelle's season. Oh my gosh, season 6, so good. I had seen Paul's season, the friendship. Obviously the Cookout season.
Both friendship seasons.
Yes, literally both of them. I had seen at least 7 seasons, but once I started realizing, because obviously we had the LA audition, and I felt like I'm gonna get this. And so once that happened, that was a few weeks before we got flown out to leave for the show for real. And I just studied literally every night. I would turn on episodes and I would just study Vanessa's season, the season with Steve. I studied that one. I just kind of started looking okay, what can my strategy be? And how do I differentiate myself from other people in the house? How do I, become not a target, which obviously the shower thing happened and my whole strategy kind of got thrown out the window week 1, but I still stuck to it, obviously, as you guys saw, but it obviously made it a little bit harder to maneuver because I really was I am not going to be a target. I'm going to not really lay low, but just truly rely on my social capital in the game and building those relationships. I knew I didn't want to be seen as smart because I saw every single season, it happened to Kaser. Kaser showed how intelligent he was, and he got out early. And I was like, I quit my job for this show. Ain't no way I'm getting out. You know what I'm saying? Early. And so yeah, I definitely like studied specifically those 2 seasons of the game. And I just kind of came up with this whole character that I wanted to build. I genuinely watched Legally Blonde like 6 times. Like I literally was like, I'm getting into my method acting back. I did acting obviously like since I was little. So it was fun for me to play a character. And I studied that character down. And I realized when people think you're dumb, they think they can control, manipulate you, and they will accidentally mess up and F around and find out, as that happened towards the end of the game. But
yeah, I did watch Legally Blonde. I did a watch party in preparation for this deep dive. It was good.
Such a good movie.
And genuinely, I was like, oh my God, this is Ashley.
No, literally.
I think I might be one of the first people to ever watch that movie with you as the original and her as the one that's like, oh, she's like Ashley.
Wait, I absolutely love that. No, literally, I was like getting into the show. I definitely was into my acting back. That's why people are like, you're going to go back to law. And I'm like, I can always go back to law. Like, I've always loved act. Like, these are passions I've always had. I feel like there's some people that are going to be like, oh my God, she's like coming off Big Brother, and thinking like, no, I had these passions before. It was more like now I have the financial stability to pursue those passions. Like that is the only difference between a year ago or like 5 years ago and now. And I definitely got into my acting back the whole show. Riley's HOH, everything. I was eating it up. I loved it. I loved every minute of it.
Yeah. Okay, so you go into the house. The least amount of information I have is in the first 5 days because they didn't turn the live feeds on until day 6. So a lot of those initial sort of bonds, I only have the episodes for. We do know that the heavy hitters were formed fairly early on, which was Jimmy, Morgan, Zach, Rachel, Vince, and Riley. And then Riley was pretty quickly kicked out of that alliance because he never showed up to the meetings.
That's actually hilarious. And I got a little glimpse of that by watching the episodes.
And of course, you ended up in this kind of trio with Amy and Rachel. How did this come about?
Okay, so it came about mostly from Amy. I did like Rachel, which she knows all this, but I liked Rachel, but I didn't fully trust her. And watching this back, I'm like, dang, my intuition was really, really right. Because that was exactly why. I felt like she pretended a lot, especially the first like 2 weeks of the game, that she wasn't connected and that she didn't know these things. But every now and then she'd slip up because she'd be like saying something about like how I'm potentially going on the block, like especially in those first 5 days. Like she was like, I mean, I don't know, but I've heard around the house, you might be a block. And I'm thinking, but 5 minutes before, she's like, nobody talks to me. Nobody communicates with me. But then she mentioned the block thing and the shower thing. I'm like, well, if nobody communicates with you, how do you know that? So early on, I didn't trust Rachel, actually, like fully the first 2 weeks. It wasn't really until oh, you guys saw that. Okay, yeah. It wasn't until, but now that I'm watching it back, I'm like, oh my gosh, I was right not to fully trust her because she absolutely was all around the house.
Well, what I would say is, to be fair to her, she was way more loyal to you guys than she was to the heavy hitters at any point. Like she got dragged into the heavy hitters and she was like, I don't even like these people.
I don't want to be in it. Yeah, I think I ended on that. And she was like, I don't want to be. I want to go after these people. But it was funny because those moves is exactly why I was like, I don't know if I can trust Rachel because she was omitting information, but then pretending like she didn't know anything. Like it was like that double whammy effect. But I obviously did like Rachel, like on a personal level. And she was really close with Amy, and I trusted Amy 100%. Like that was my girl. I just felt something with her. Like I could trust her. And we connected very early on, as you saw, which I'm like, oh no, I didn't know that was part of why she went on the block, but
yeah, and I mean, I think ultimately it's a good instinct to be skeptical of the veteran that comes in. Historically, vets in a cast of all new players have almost always made it to the end unless they get twist screwed. So that still holds. So of course we also have to talk about shower gates. Now, you were part of this initial group that competed for the first HOH. Yes. You, I believe in the episode, said that you threw this competition. Yes. I have largely been a component of winning the first HOH is very beneficial to most players' games. Not for everyone, but it certainly helped Vinny. Sure. Walk me through, why did you want to throw this?
So to clarify, I wanted to throw it, But then oops, sorry, my voice went out. I wanted to throw it, but then I decided not to, which that competition was really, really hard. But I decided not to because as I was looking around, I was like, the only two I trusted was Jimmy and Adrian. Those are the only two people I trusted. I had not talked to Vinny one time, literally before getting picked. So when I saw that he got picked, I was like, oh no, like he's the one person I didn't, obviously hilarious, ironic. The one person I didn't want to win won, but Jimmy and Adrian were adamant wanting to throw it to me, which I guess there are no live feeds on, but it was Jimmy's idea. Jimmy was like, you should be the HOH. I trust you the most. I think it'd be great. I don't want to be the HOH. Like he was basically saying that to me. And then he pulled Adrian to the storage room and then got Adrian on board. And Adrian was they were both like, yeah, we want it to be you because we both trust you. And like, we don't want to be the HOH. I'm like, I didn't know if I wanted to be at that point because I had remembered watching a few seasons where they were kind of targeted early on. But I guess also hindsight's 2020 because some of those people who were targeted early on were people who had really dominant personalities and kind of like were more controlling. And that's kind of what got them out instead.
Big topic in the community nowadays after the likes of, Frenchie and Angela and Daniel Durston. However, a lot of winners, including Rachel herself, were the first HOH.
Yes. And so I was kind of like 50-50. And I don't know if they showed this. It happened so fast. Like I'm telling you, we had probably like 5 minutes before getting picked for HOH and then going to play. So I was like, I didn't even have time to like really fully think about it. But I knew I felt really good with Jimmy and Adrian, but Vince, I had not talked to, I don't think a single time before that point. So when I got out there, I was like, should I throw it? Should I not? And then I was like in between and I kind of was like trying, but like not doing too much. And then it ended up just being we were out there for a while. I don't know if it showed. It took us all a very long time to finish that competition before Vince finally won. But yeah, I was hesitant on wanting to be the first HOH just because of the target. And of course I felt like I would lay low and not be a target and all of those things. And then the opposite happened. Hindsight 2020, everything worked out the way it was supposed to, but it would have been nice to win that.
What a different season it is if you win that and not Vinny. Like the entire season is so different.
Completely different. And also I think my edit would have been different. I think
for sure.
Completely different. I think it would have been more of a winner edit than I thought.
Okay, so Vinny wins. Now, I think most people at this point, if they're watching this at the very least, know that there's more to the story than what we saw in the episode, which is that you were invited to take a shower. It was not nearly as long as they made it out to be in the episode. In fact, a lot of the time you spent up there was actually talking game with Vinny. Now, from Vinny's perspective, it felt like he didn't really care about Showergate in general. It was just the fact that it had become a thing.
Yeah.
What we now know about Vinny and what we found out about Vinny fairly quickly is that, like, if you give him an easier option, he will take that option. And so you became an easy option very quickly as the people downstairs, seemingly led by Catherine. But again, we didn't have live feeds for this. So walk me through your perspective of this.
Yes. So I guess to clear the air, actually, Julie Chen already cleared the air for me. I heard like her on a podcast and she was like, just so you guys know, I watched the film back. It was maybe 30 minutes. And she said they were talking for like an hour and a half. And that Vinny didn't come to my defense, which all of these things are things I knew, obviously. Like I don't know how watching it, like the clips that I've been tagging, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I was right about a lot of things. But it was just my intuition. Like things just weren't, I was very good at observing everything that was going on around me. And yes, Catherine for sure was the one that started it. I knew she was the one that started it. I don't know. I can't remember because I was fast forwarding, but I confronted her literally day two and was like,
that was in the episode.
No problem. Like, because I knew that she was the one, like my gut instinct told me that because she asked me about it twice. She asked me about it in the bedroom when I first walked to the bedroom. And then when I walked back through to grab something, she then asked it in front of everyone. So immediately I clocked it. I'm like, you are trying to make this a thing. Like you're trying to put me on blast in front of everyone because you just asked me about the shower thing. And now you're asking me again in front of a group of people. So I immediately clocked it. I clocked her energy. I don't know why. I just got... So what you probably won't see from the live feeds is like day one, which obviously is probably why I got picked for Jimmy. I was pretty like liked in the house day one, at least. Obviously that changed very quickly. But day one, I was probably one of the most like people. Like I made a lot of connections. There was kind of a trio forming with me, Lauren, and Catherine. And then I also had Jimmy. I had Mickey and Morgan wanting to work with, like, it was a lot of things that happened day one. And I think she didn't like that. And I think that's also why I got Jimmy picked me, because I actually told him I didn't want to be picked, even to be the HOH. I said, I don't really want to be picked, but like, if you want to pick me and like you feel comfortable with that, I will do it, type of thing. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people didn't want to be picked, and he still chose me. And because he just felt like he could trust me, and like if I was HOH, he'd be happy with that. So day one, I had a great social start. Day two, all the way downhill. And I just think she wanted to target me because I don't think she liked that. I don't think she liked that a lot of people liked me on day one. And were trying to work with me. And I think she just wanted to sabotage that. And I just became the easy target. But as far as, wait, what was the question again? Sorry, I totally lost it.
I think in general we're just getting the perspective. What you're saying though is reminding me of something Morgan actually said later in the season, which was because she was defending you to, I think, Keanu, and she was saying that like you got off to a really rough start because the other women in your age group, Catherine and Lauren, who should have been like your bread and butter, like your pals. People tend to gravitate toward people that are similar to them initially, were the ones that kind of like seemingly rejected you and tried to oust you. And so that was very powerful. And you had this rough start because of that. And you had to sort of claw your way back up through that. And I think that the fact that it was Catherine was more impactful. Like if Will had been like a cranky old man, like who was like, what is she doing in the shower? Like, I don't think anybody would have cared. But the fact that it was one of your peers that was like, ooh, what is she doing? It really landed. And of course, in the early days of the season, everyone's looking for a scapegoat.
Everybody's looking for a scapegoat. Absolutely. And so that was tough. And I think it was really just my relationships. Like I connected with Amy. Like I said, there was like a handful. Most of the house I connected with literally day one. And I think she just I don't think she liked that. I don't think she liked that Lauren even was more connected to me than Catherine, like day one, because me and Lauren just had a lot in common. Like we both like Beyonce. There were just so many things we had in common, and we really just vibed. But anyway, so going into that day two, obviously I started hearing about it because people started telling me about it. I woke up thinking, today's a new day. I didn't think it was going to be this explosive thing at all. So it's it's funny. Like I was totally naive to the fact that this would spread like wildfire. But I started that day having great conversations, and as the day went on, every single person kept coming up to me talking about the shower thing. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And at the time, I thought me and Benny were going to work together with Jimmy. And so I was like, you know what? I shouldn't share that we were talking game, because if he feels like that's like a dig at him and like I'm trying to kind of put a target on his back, then he'll definitely put me up. And at the time, he had been assuring me, promising me, swearing on his life, basically. Literally, he was like, my word is everything to me in life in this game. I'm not putting you up, Ashley. We made a deal. I'm not doing it. Like all this stuff. So I'm thinking, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. But it's what's really interesting that they didn't show. He invited me to shower. Okay. I even was like, no. You need a shower. It's your first HOH. I don't want to do it. Like we had this whole back and forth about it. And he was like, Ashley, please shower up here. I do not want to shower right now. I want to unpack my clothes. I don't feel like it. He's like, go down, please. Go down and get your stuff and come back up. Why shower down there with a bunch of people? Like shower up here. And so it's just funny that they cut out that entire conversation. And also, they didn't show the time of the shower. I totally thought I was going to be like redeemed by the editing, and that they were going to put like a clock and it would show like how long my shower is. And
nah, that's not how they like to operate.
And the veto picking, I was like, okay, I am actually being gaslit right now. I was like on live last night watching it.
They call the veto draw during your shower. Yeah.
Yes. I'm completely gagged by this editing. And now I'm like, okay, I think it was set up because that happened several times where I would wait my turn in line, finally get in the shower. I am like in there for 3 minutes and it's like time to pick players for the veto. I'm like, so now I'm like, oh, it was on purpose. But then I just felt like I had bad luck actually when I was on the show.
Yeah. So you're one of the first recipients of the lesson that many people have to learn, although many refuse to, over the course of the season, which is that the more aligned you are with Vince, the more he's likely to put you on the block.
Yes.
And so this is bad news. The edit also does you dirty, in my opinion. I was actually mad about this on premiere night, or I guess Sunday night, for the second episode, that they showed you like coming into the HOH room over and over and over as though you were like super pestering Vince, and that was the real reason you went on the block. This happens all the time. Like, it's a very normal thing that people are like, hey, are you done yet? Especially if the person doesn't want to talk to you. It's very much like a fulfilling prophecy if it does get annoying. And, you know, I didn't buy for a second that like that was the reason you went on the block.
No, and also the time frame. I'm like, the fact they didn't even show it. Like, one was in the morning and one was at night. Like, they didn't, like the way they showed it made it seem like I was constantly coming in. And then the Catherine conversation, which I found interesting, they were talking for over an hour. I mean, Vince had like hour and a half, 2-hour conversations with every single person. So it's like when I came in again, it had been like 45 minutes of me just sitting outside like of the room waiting, to the point where even one of my peers was like, maybe you should go in. Like, I don't think Catherine's going on the block. I think you are. Like, what it didn't show was people pushing me to go in. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy, because people are trying to pretend that they were my ally and that they're looking out for me. And they're like, you really need to go. Like, girl, go. It's been over an hour. Like, go in. And then they just show me like coming in. You know what I'm saying? It just is. Yeah, I'm not happy with that edit at all, because also it was like hours apart. I talked to him in the morning and I talked to him again at night. I think that's perfectly normal before a nomination ceremony to check in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they really like. Let me. My interpretation of the way they edited that was that they were like, all right, Ashley's our first boot. Let's do a fun dunce edit.
Yes.
then by the end of the season, they were like, oh wait, should we have?
Yeah. No, literally. And I've heard that from Chelsea. I don't know if you saw that, but I was on live with her the other day, and she said production regrets their edit of me.
I heard that too, and it's like I hear that, but like, how much can they really regret it when they had a lot of time to change course? You know what I mean?
A lot of time. I mean, I was quite literally on the show the whole way through. I mean, they could have changed it. They never did. Yeah.
Anyway, so you're nominated. Give me a rundown. Anything important that you felt, you've watched the first few episodes, that you felt weren't in the episodes that happened prior to your veto win, because that's when the feeds like really kicked in.
Yes. So Jimmy was someone I also clocked very on that I didn't trust, because before the nominations, the night before, Jimmy pulls me and Amy into a room, and he was basically like, you know, I'm trying to like remember verbatim what he said, but it was basically along the lines of, between you and you, obviously pointing at me and Amy, he's like, you as in me, I should be very worried. Amy, you shouldn't be worried at all. You're not going up, probably. I had already known that Amy was going up from Vinny himself. Obviously, I knew Vinny and Jimmy were way closer than me and Vinny. So I knew that Jimmy knew, if I know that Amy's going up, Jimmy definitely knows that Amy's going up. So in that moment, I was like, I was like, oh, I can't trust Jimmy. Like, Jimmy cannot be trusted, because why are you telling me that I'm for sure going up and Amy is not, when I know for a fact Amy's going up? I just haven't told Amy she's going up. You know what I'm saying? So I clocked Jimmy literally, this was like day 3. I clocked Jimmy. Like, I was like, he cannot be trusted. Love you, Jimmy, on a personal level, but I knew Jimmy could not be trusted. And that's what also told me, and my intuition was like, Jimmy's probably pushing for me to go up, because why are you sharing with me that I'm for sure going up? You know, it just was very weird. And so I clocked that too.
And I'm just going to take a moment here to say that is one of the things that I really appreciated about your game and watching it, especially on this season, because Ashley, when I tell you, as a person who watches the show primarily for strategy, this season nearly broke me with all of the players in this house. You were always such a breath of fresh air. There were moments I didn't understand what you were doing, especially early on. Can't wait to talk about them. But what I could always trust was that you had such great reads on situations, and it's pretty rare for players to catch those things. They feel like they should be obvious, but like it doesn't actually happen that often. There are lots of things that I find very interesting about your game that I'm sure we'll talk about along the way, but it is the way that you are able to suss things out by catching those little things and not ignoring them, that really aided in your gameplay across the season. It was something that was very hard, I think, for the show to portray.
Thank you. That is so sweet. Thank you. Yeah, I remember Kelly, it was the same thing. She had came up to me, she pulled me for a one-on-one and was just like, I really care about you. And so I need you to know, like, everybody's talking about the shower thing. You might be going up. You definitely want to talk to Vinny. I was like, okay, Kelly's another person I can't trust, because if you're telling me this, you're someone who's definitely pitching me. Like, it was just things that people were saying that I was like, no. Same with Zach. Zach pulled me, same thing. I was like, okay, these three, I know I can't trust them for sure. I didn't know how to feel about Morgan, because I did feel like Morgan really liked me on a personal level, but I was like, I just didn't know about Morgan until, obviously, as we saw, as the weeks developed, me and her became very, very close. But yes. She was-
So you end up winning the veto. Great stuff. Your first of 2 competition wins.
Yeah, literally.
And so the feeds come up. You've already won the veto. Now, what we saw in the episodes was that Kelly had volunteered to go up on the block initially, and Vince had turned it down. And I was on the episode saying, like, I don't like the way that Vince described why he put Ashley up. I feel like doesn't feel genuine to me. But the fact that he didn't put Kelly up is still a good call. If you have a final 2 with somebody, why in the world would you put them on the block? Then the feeds came up and Kelly was the renom plan. And I was like, oh.
Okay.
So let's just lay down the structure. We talked about the heavy hitters.
Yes.
Now, Jimmy is the sort of originator of the heavy hitters, and he also has this triple threat alliance with Morgan and Mickey. He's told Mickey about the heavy hitters already. She knows about it, but the thing about this is that Morgan actually kind of sits in a better position than Jimmy does in this group, because she's closer to Vinny than he is. She's closer to Zach than he is, and she has him and Mickey, and she also has Rachel, who is most loyal to Morgan of all of the people in this group at this moment. And so one thing I found interesting, especially when I go back and look at my notes, first night of feeds, I'm looking at my notes and I see Ashley talking to Amy saying, everyone thinks Jimmy's running the game, but Morgan's actually the person running the game. And it was like, wow, okay, yeah, that. She was kind of right.
It's crazy, like, hearing it's like funny because that obviously was like 90 days ago. So it's funny, like, remembering these little tidbits and being like, oh, I was right about that. Yes, I clocked that very early on. I really came in here and I was like, I know I'm going to observe. Like, I feel like as an attorney, you're always observing things. And you're always trying to put the puzzle pieces together before you even get the full puzzle. And so for me, I was always observing. I was watching who was talking to who was communicating to who. I also, how people were communicating with me. I saw that Morgan was the one coming to me and being like, sharing certain things that were happening around the house and who was saying what. And she was the one saying it was Catherine, but I already knew it was Catherine. Like, I clocked how people would report to her as well. Like, I saw after I talked to Mickey would go to Morgan, Jimmy would go to Morgan. And so I'm like, oh, she's really the ringleader of the circle. Just from observing and just picking up on subtle things in conversations that I would have with people.
Yeah.
Even Vinny, early on, he was like, I really feel good. Because I was like, who do you feel good about on this wall? Because I'm trying to figure out who else is going to go up besides me. And he said Morgan and Mickey. So I clocked that immediately. I'm like, okay, this is day 2, day 3, and you feel really good about those 2 people. Okay, I'm going to watch this now.
Listen, something else I saw in my notes was that night 1 of feeds, or it was, I guess, the first morning back, day 7, Vince goes to Morgan because he's struggling about Keanu or Kelly as the renom. First thing he tells her, I had this vivid dream about you last night.
Get out.
Oh
my God.
Yeah, they were, I think, listen, I think there was, their connection happened very quickly. Of course, it developed over time. So, despite Morgan's position here that I outlined, she is struggling to use that position to influence the game in the direction that she wants. Jimmy's pushing hard against her. Vince is pushing hard against her because they want Zay to stay. they're bros with Zay, and she wants Zay to go because he knows how to play chess. That
Yeah,
means he's
right.
smart.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Yeah, no, there was, yes, that whole thing was interesting, but I was like, I'm cool with this, so my girl Amy can stay.
Yes. And so I liked this when I saw this from Morgan because it was showing that she had a backbone. It was showing that she was willing to push for things that she wanted, which of course becomes a very important skill for her later on in the game. And so she kind of turns to Rachel to tap into Rachel's sphere of influence, which includes you and Amy. And she wants to like work with the women to take out Zay against the wishes of Jimmy and Vince and Zach, because she wants to get her way here.
Yes.
And at this point, they've already kind of kicked Riley out of the alliance. And so all of this is happening. Morgan is pro Kelly going up on the block because that makes it easier to take out Zay. If Keanu goes on the block like Jimmy wants, then Keanu becomes the target. So Morgan doesn't want Keanu to go up. Rachel doesn't want Keanu to go up because Keanu and Rachel have bonded, and you probably saw this in the episode.
I saw that about the cancer. I never knew his dad had a cancer. Yeah, the whole show, I never knew that. So I just found that out last night.
Yeah, so we came in and we were pretty shocked at seeing how much Rachel really did like bond with Keanu and liked him, considering all of the things he was already saying about her on the phone.
Right.
And while her and Morgan were the only two people in the house vouching for him with Vince, as Vince was like, I'm going to put up Keanu. Keanu was downstairs calling Rachel a snake and Morgan a snake.
It's crazy. No, Keanu's reads, I'm so glad other people picked it up because he was one of those players that was just driving me crazy throughout the game because his reads were just so off. And I wanted to work with Keanu multiple times just because he was such a big target. I saw him as a shield. I saw him as an ally. I saw him as someone who could potentially win a veto and take me down if I'm up. I saw the positives about Keanu because he did want to be loyal to those that were loyal to him. But he just didn't want to work with me until the end of the game. Granted, because he thought I was dumb and had no connections in the house, which obviously that was also part of my skit. But it was so hard to work with Keanu because he just was so off about so many things. But we'll get into that, I'm sure, later. But yeah.
Rachel warns Keanu about Jimmy's push for him to go up. Keanu doesn't seem to believe it. He goes to Vince and first of many times rats her out to Vince. Vince blames Jimmy for all of it. So Keanu starts counter pitching for Jimmy to go up because he doesn't want Kelly to go home because he's close to Kelly. Vince won't consider the Jimmy option, instead ratting Keanu out to Jimmy, which reignites Jimmy's antagonism back toward Keanu. Then Keanu continues to go around on this anti-Jimmy campaign, and the next morning, Jimmy refuses to hug Keanu, which informs Keanu that he's been ratted out, and he suspects Morgan because he saw Morgan talking with Jimmy the night before. He calls her a snake first. Morgan tries to clear the air about that. Instead, he ends up blaming Rachel. And all of this mess, Morgan cries about being called a snake. And now all of a sudden, Vince is thinking, maybe I should put up Keanu. He's really worried because Jimmy's pushing now that if he puts up Kelly, Kelly will go home. You don't have the votes. Because here's the thing. Vince thought he had the votes to keep Kelly. I was losing my mind, Ashley. This was the first night of feeds, and I'm watching this man count votes, and he's like, I'm pretty sure we can get to like 7 of 14. I'm pretty sure we got there. And Jimmy has to be like, dude, you don't have the votes. And he was like, oh my God, am I going to look like an idiot? And so he starts to want to put Keanu up. Of course, he can't do so without talking to Riley and Morgan first. Riley, because he's already in this sort of trio. It was either already called the Unexpendables or becomes called the Unexpendables soon. Riley, Keanu, and Vince, a final 3 that Keanu believed was real, basically until his eviction.
Oh my God. Sounds like Keanu. Sounds like him.
When he talks, and this is the thing for Keanu. He believed in Riley. He believed in Vince all the way through the season for the most part. Day 2 of feeds, day 7 in the house. Vince talks to Riley to see if he'd be okay with him putting Keanu on the block, and Riley says, "Yeah, I'm done with that guy. Don't like him."
Oh, wow. Okay.
And it is Morgan, actually, that tells Vinny, no, do not put Keanu on the block. Wow. We have to take out Zay. Kelly should be on the block.
Wow. Interesting. So I was right about Morgan kind of running the show. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
so, of course, Kelly ends up going up on the block. Jimmy has the big speech. And there's a bunch of back and forth here too, where after the speech, Keanu goes back to Vince, because remember, Vince told Keanu that Jimmy was the reason his name was being pushed. He ratted out Jimmy. So Keanu goes back to Vince and he goes, "It was Jim. It was Jimmy, right?" And Vince is like, "Maybe." I don't know. I don't know what you're saying, actually. He backs out of his original story. So Keanu goes back to Jimmy thinking maybe this is all a misunderstanding. Jimmy's like, yeah, it definitely was a misunderstanding.
Okay, this part I remember. Yes. I remember being like, that was my first time being like, Keanu is built to brawn, not brains. Because I was like, how could you possibly believe that this is a misunderstanding? Because I knew at the time Jimmy wanted Keanu up because Jimmy pitched it to me. Right after Mickey pitched it to me, because they were both trying to pull me in as an ally because I'd already won the veto. And they sat me down. They're like, so Vince is going to come to you and he's going to ask, who do you want to go up? And they were like, you need to say Keanu, which at the time, I already wanted to say Keanu because what they didn't show was the gyms. It's just so interesting. They didn't show so many scenes about Keanu being a complete. I actually do like Keanu right now, but the edit they gave him is not what happened in reality at all.
60% of the vote, yeah.
Yeah, literally. I mean, I'm telling you, like, he pulled me the night before I went up and wanted to clear the air because I'd been hearing Keanu was spreading, the shower thing a lot. And so he pulls me, we go talk. Morgan and Mickey were pushing us to talk because Morgan and Mickey wanted to work with me at this point, but they were working with Keanu, which I picked up very fast. And he pulls me to the gym and he's basically just like, I mean, you should expect that if you don't win the veto, you're going to go up and you're going to go home. He was just completely talking down at me. And that was when I started not liking Keanu. That was the start of me not liking Keanu, which obviously I got over that and I started liking him. But it was just the way he was very condescending. He was very mansplaining. He was literally telling me basically that I was going to go home that week and that I'm the easiest target. I'm going to be on the block. I'm going home. Yeah. And so it's just funny because Keanu's reads were just... Anyway, it's just interesting thinking back to all the conversations and all the things had. And that was one of those conversations that they didn't show, which I totally thought they would, because it was drama. I mean, it was drama. Because I was giving it back to him and he was not expecting it. Because that's one thing about me. I'm very, very sweet, but don't treat me like I'm an idiot, because I'm very so an idiot. And I'm pretty sure that came out, but was edited differently. But I'm sure we'll get into that too. But yeah, seeing Keanu's edit so far, I'm like, oh, I see why he was America's favorite.
Yeah. So then it's down to the campaign, and it's Amy versus Zay. Kelly is the de facto target at this point, which Vince very much does not like at first, because again, he's talking to himself they're gonna portray me to be an idiot. They're gonna show Rachel telling me to not put Keanu up, and then she's gonna laugh at me and send her home. And so he is fully anti-Rachel at this point. Take out Amy to take a shot at Rachel, despite the fact that they're in an alliance together. Yes. But he's striking out because him, Zach, and Zay are losing the battle against Rachel, Morgan, and you. I found a clip early on of you talking with Mickey and how Mickey was saying that she actually would prefer Zay to stay because she's talked more with Zay. But if you trust Amy, she trusts Amy. So she's willing to jump on board. You guys are all campaigning to make sure that the votes are there, specifically from the women. And you're pretty much just dominating this campaign trail. It's not super close, but I will tell you the couple of attempts. But give me your perspective on this.
Definitely. So I obviously wanted Amy to stay under any scenario. I also didn't really care if it was I didn't care if it was Kelly Zay, Kelly going home. I wanted Kelly to go home. I don't know if it showed that, but I didn't trust Kelly because of all of the way she was moving. Like I said, I peeped her conversation, day 2 or 3 with me. I didn't trust her. I figured that she was one of the people pushing for me to go up just off of intuition in our conversations. I just did not trust Kelly. And then I basically was just I trusted Amy 1000%. And so I started seeing, Morgan really wants Zay. to go home, and I started seeing like, okay, she's like, he's smart, da da da. And so I just took that and ran with it because I'm like, okay, you know, if all of these people believe it, especially the women, and I don't know if it showed like my conversation with Lauren, but I had a conversation with her where I was basically trying to convince her with reverse psychology on why she should keep Amy, because I could tell just off of reading Lauren, she's not someone who wants to be told what to do. She wants to feel like she came up with that idea herself. And so the only way to do that is you got to use reverse psychology. You got to show
Ashley,
her.
you confused the hell out of us. I was like, I can't tell if Ashley actually wants Zay to stay all of a sudden. I'm so confused because it really, like, she might be using reverse psychology, but she might, because I didn't know you well enough yet. And it was just like, what is happening with Zay? Does she really want Zay to stay?
No.
And I remember, like, after the vote being like, okay, she said she was always locked in, but she is still occasionally bringing up that she would have liked for Zay to have stayed. So it was very confusing.
Yeah, so I wanted Zay to stay over Kelly because I did not trust Kelly, and I felt like there was more trust with Zay potentially in the future than Kelly, especially if I was the one rallying the troops to keep him over Kelly. I could see him being an ally. Now, Zay versus Amy, never going to happen. I was always going to keep Amy. But I specifically with Lauren was kind of trying to plant seeds for the future. So I knew I didn't want to push her too hard because I could just tell off of her personality that she's a very like shy, meek person, and those types of people.
That's not true, Ashley. I'm not shy. Why would you say that?
That is actually exactly how she sounds and how she speaks. And she's really sweet. And so I knew those people you have to really handle with care. And so I was kind of trying to use reverse psychology because obviously I knew Lauren was going to be there the next week. And I wanted Lauren to see that like I'm someone that you can get an unbiased opinion from. And and kind of like build that relationship as time went on. Because obviously the relationship started falling flat once the showergate thing happened. Because I think she just wanted to kind of, you know, step away. She didn't want to be associated with the target in the house, right? But now that I've won the veto, it's like, okay, I'm going to be here next week. I'm already starting to build relationships with people in the house. As you can see, I have Rachel, I have Morgan, I have Mickey, you know, I have Amy. Like, I'm someone that you should want to work with. I was trying to push the girls thing on her and get her to see that like there's power in numbers. And like, if you stick with the women and you stick with this side, that's better. But I wanted her to come up with that idea. You know, I wanted her to be like, I want to keep Amy on her own. I didn't want her to feel like I was pushing her because I felt like if I pushed her to do it, she would have just voted with the pack, with the Zay. Because I could tell she was building stronger relationships with the guys. So I really was trying to just walk the fine line of being like an unbiased opinion, but like also biased. And at the same time, I was kind of planting the seeds where it's like, okay, if I give you this information and you still vote the other way, now maybe I can make Lauren a target, which sorry, Lauren. But I was like, even I knew Amy had the votes at this point. So I'm like, I would love for her to vote with us. I want her to trust me. I want to like nourish this relationship with Lauren. But also, if you vote the other way, I already know we have votes for my girl Amy at this point. Now you can be a target and not me. Because obviously I'm thinking about next week and I'm thinking about how I'll be a target. So it was a mix of both kind of happening.
Yeah, and this is the first example of many, I think, that like your side of the house like really outperforms its weight class because you were in the minority for much of the game, for most of the game. A lot of those other people, Catherine, Lauren, who did vote with you this week, were not actually on your side of the house. It didn't end up on your side of the house. And so pulling their votes was huge this week because at any point, if Zay hadn't gone, if Adrian, like at any point throughout those spots, like the tipping point was always there. And throughout the first portion of the season, we were always just kind of waiting for the moment when it became a steamroll for those people. And they just kept blundering and you guys just kept outperforming.
Yeah. Yes. And I was like, yes. I mean, when Lauren put Adrian up, I was like, thank you, Jesus.
We'll talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so two things that happened here. I think you've been told about at least one of them. You've probably heard about the other one at this point as well. There were two alliances made in an attempt to shore up votes for Zay. One was the Burger Boys or the Burger Bros. I don't remember which. You have not heard about this?
No.
Oh, okay. So the guys form a guy alliance, an all bro alliance. It's Zach, Vince, Riley, and Will.
Will. I
Yes.
peeped that. Yeah. Okay. I peeped Will being in with the bros, but I didn't know they had a formal name. Okay.
I think I made fun of it by calling it the Burger Boys, but it was really the Burger Bros. But I don't remember if I'm remembering it wrong. Either way, they tried, and it was so blatant too that they like made this alliance, and then they were like, "So Will, now that we have this alliance, real important we keep Zay around, right?" And so they had the Burger Bros, and this actually worked. They got Will's vote that week to keep Zay, which really got him in some trouble. The other alliance they tried to make here was called the Bond, which I believe you've been told about in the house.
The Bond? I can't remember. Who was in this?
The Bond alliance. So this is Will again, Lauren, Ava, Zach, and Vince.
Yes.
This is the Bond alliance. They started this alliance also basically in an attempt to shore up votes, to lock in Will, to lock in Lauren, to try to grab Ava. It backfires, though, because Ava doesn't care about the alliance and what they want. She wants Zay gone. She just thinks that makes more sense. Yeah. And so they've, one of many examples, failed to exert their influence over their allies, supposed allies. But the Bond is definitely something that persists for a little while, even though it's ends up being such a joke of an alliance. Yeah. Ava and Lauren lock in a final two early. They call themselves the Bond Girls.
Okay.
Yeah. Lauren, though, at this point, I believe already had her final two in with Vince. So she was more loyal to him.
Wow. Okay. I didn't know they had a final two week one. I thought
they were locked in.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you clock it later. He was planning to go to the end with Lauren, and he had always been planning to go to the end with Lauren from like very early.
Week one? Oh my gosh. I thought this happened week two. That's crazy. Okay. Interesting. Because I did catch them on the hammock for a really long time, week one, before the nominations. And I remember being like, this is interesting. Let me remember this. But I didn't realize it was solidified. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. They talked a lot during the Bond meeting, and then I guess I would say that they further solidified it into week two. But again, it's hard to know because we didn't have the feeds in the first few days. But the only other thing here is Rachel and Keanu and Zay. Rachel tries really hard to get Keanu's vote against Zay because she's trying to get him to believe that Vince was going to put him up, that Zay ratted him out, that Zach ratted him out. And she's trying to tell him these things. He doesn't believe her. She tries to pull Kelly. And it was either were you in the conversation with Kelly when she had like a heart to heart? She was like, I used to be a pick me.
Yes. When I knew I could not trust Kelly. It was that conversation solidified. I will never trust this girl in the game. Emotional manipulation times 10. Mm-hmm. I didn't believe a daggone word that girl said. I was like, this just feels invasive. Like, we just met and you're telling me all of these personal crazy things in your life. I didn't believe it. I knew she wasn't going to vote for Amy, and she didn't.
She literally, like, after that conversation, it didn't do this exactly, but like the vibe that she had was like, ha ha ha, tricked them. Nope. And then lied to Keanu about what Rachel was saying to her, saying that Rachel's trying to get me to lie about Zay. Don't believe a word she says. And so that did not help. And Rachel and Keanu have some of the most infuriating conversations you'll ever watch. None of them fully make the episodes. One of them kind of does, where Rachel is like trying to break through to Keanu, and he's like in this spot where he's like, I know she's trying to trick me and I'm not going to let her.
Oh my gosh. He's just so off. Oh, love you, Keanu, but.
Yeah. And of course, this culminates in the big blow up between Rachel and Zay. If you come for the queen, you'll get beheaded, and so on and so forth. Good stuff.
Yeah, very good stuff. Very good. That was good TV. I loved it. I was like, yes, everybody else make themselves targets so I can fly under the radar.
Of course, this leads to Zay being evicted after Kelly wins the blockbuster, which is a result that not a lot of people were expecting, but was a very exciting result. Zay is evicted 9-5. We head into week 2, where Jimmy wins the HOH. So I just want to check in, Ashley. We've gotten through the first week, almost an hour in. So, I'm fine to go as long as you want. I just want to. We can speed up the pace if you're feeling like you don't want to spend all day here, or we can keep going.
Okay, we could do like a medium. Not
All
completely
right.
speed up, but just a little like, yeah, just a little more. But again, I don't have crazy thing, but I don't have anything like crazy planned or anything like that. But so
Yes.
I'm good for now.
Perfect. Let me know if you start to feel like let's wrap this up. So Jimmy is the HOH. This is an unfortunate week for many of you. Because Kelly and Keanu win these veto powers. Mickey wins her steal and HOH power. And Jimmy's nominations are fine. They're relatively straightforward. Kelly, Keanu, and Adrian. Adrian having been on the wrong side of the vote.
Yeah.
He's got this whole thing about how he hates liars, and he told you guys that he was voting one way right at the start. He votes that way. He thought this was a good strategy. Many of us disagreed. He gets on the block because of it, and because of Keanu's power that allows Casey to come in and win the veto.
Right.
Kelly's power, which allows her to win a veto for herself. Jimmy now needs two replacement nominees to sit next to Adrian. So there's a few competing things here. There's the push for Riley, which primarily comes from, Morgan and Mickey and generally, like you guys, you obviously didn't want Amy or Will to go on the block. But from Jimmy's perspective, he felt like he was close to Catherine and Lauren, and so he didn't want to upset them. And on the other side of things, Amy was another person that got caught saying Jimmy's name the week before. And so he felt like, even though they had mended things, might as well throw Amy up on that block. And Will was a convenient additional pawn, primarily because he got into drama with Keanu, which honestly to this day remains fairly confusing. But basically, I think Keanu thought that Will was lying about his vote because Will did lie about his vote, but in the opposite direction. He was telling you guys that he voted against Zay, but told Keanu the truth. But Keanu thought he was lying to him and not to you guys because Riley was lying to Keanu about his vote. Riley was pretending he did vote to keep Zay, and so Keanu thought Riley was the vote that Will was accounting for. And so Keanu was pissed at Will about this and was pushing for Will to go up on the block. Jimmy saw this as an opportunity to say, listen, Will's an easy pawn anyway. If I let Keanu think he's manipulating me into putting up Will and we make a deal, I'm appeasing him. I get something out of this week considering he's already safe.
Okay, Jimmy. That was kind of a good strategy. I definitely think I remember being like, no, because obviously I knew if Amy was sitting next to Will, she was going to go home. At that point, Will was better for my game as well. So it wasn't really much so about personal. It was more about I'm getting dragged into the Amy mess. Obviously, I wanted to keep Amy against many people, but I just knew Will was better for my game at that point, just off of the connection between me, Amy, and Rachel that people were clocking. People were clocking that I was really close with Amy because I was. And obviously it was hurting my game, but on a personal level, I just really trusted and loved Amy. So I kind of was like, I don't care. I felt like I could talk my way out of, things. I'm like, if she stays, it'll be good. But at that point, I remember being really sad, but I also remember being like, I can't push Jimmy too hard about not putting Amy up because then he'll put me up. Because at that point, I didn't trust Jimmy. Like I said, after day 3, I did not trust Jimmy. And I knew that he was just pretending. I just felt like he was pretending to work with me. I just didn't feel, I just didn't feel close to him. I felt his energy was just off. And so couldn't campaign for Amy because I was like, I don't want to be up instead. I don't want to be up on the block, with Amy or instead of Amy. So I got to just unfortunately be okay with it. That part sucked. Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy does screw himself up quite a bit here, though, because it really pisses Morgan and Mickey off that he's spending so much time with Lauren and Catherine not listening to them about who he should be nominating. Tensions rise between those two pairs of women. And you get into some hot water here. First, because you have an incredible read when I go back and look at it. You're talking to a few people. There's a great conversation you have with Adrian where you're saying, Vinny's the front runner right now.
Oh, right.
And you were saying this basically before anyone else. He's got a bunch of people in his back pocket that he's connected to. Morgan's number 2. She's in like 4 different duos. And you're talking about this and you're noting their influence. You're noting that they're linked in with Zach, that there's some kind of like 4-person thing going on that includes Jimmy, that includes some other people, basically clocking the heavy hitters, minus Rachel to some degree.
Yeah.
And you're talking to Adrian about it. You're talking to Mickey about it, to try to get in her ears about Morgan, I think.
Yeah.
And it starts to work. Now, Mickey already knew about the heavy hitters at this point, but hearing about it from you did seem to start to move the needle. And we'll talk about it over the course of the next few weeks, that you really get Mickey, and you'll see it in the episodes, actually, that you won't see your influence on it, but you'll see that Mickey was really turning on Morgan for a while there, due to much of the things that you were saying.
Great.
And so you're talking to Mickey about it, you talk to Ava about it, and you also, I think, talk to Kelly about it. And this is where things get messy, because Kelly runs it straight to Vince. And I say think because I know you had a conversation with Kelly, but some of it was cut. So I don't know if she was lying about parts of it, but she did have basically what you were saying relatively word for word. So it seems likely that you did tell her. She rats you out to Vince. Vince, at this point, already doesn't like you.
Feeling was mutual.
And so at this point, Morgan and Mickey had been pitching a new alliance that excluded Jimmy because of what he was doing this week and included you and Will. And Vince and Zach were like, we don't want Ashley in the alliance. And so when Vince hears about this, he's like, this is our ammunition to prevent Ashley from being in the alliance. And he was like, she's apparently saying that we 4 are in an alliance just because she saw us hanging out together at night. Like, I'm sorry, I like hanging out at night. And they were pissed. I think you've probably seen some clips from this conversation about like, I'm going to make her life hell in this house. I'm going to make her a have-not. I'm going to befriend her and then backdoor her. They were very upset with you. And they were like, let's use this to turn Morgan against her. And so they started spreading all of this information. Ashley's a loudmouth. Ashley is messy, can't keep her mouth shut, needs to go, can't be trusted. And Morgan is kind of like, oh, that sucks, but my agenda still. Right? But it does do a decent amount of damage to your reputation in the house. And while you're trying to climb out of this position of like potential, nominee because you're an easy nom because you've already been nominee, this definitely seems to set you back in terms of like having like equity in the game.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. I felt all of this because I remember the talkative rumors and I was thinking, I don't get it, but I don't regret it because I really was trying to get Mickey on my end. Like I have mixed feelings about Mickey, but game-wise, I felt that she was really good for my game because I saw the influence she had and I saw numbers. And obviously there's power in numbers. This is a numbers game, especially in the first half of the game. It's truly a numbers game. And I remember seeing how close that Morgan was with some of the people that I wanted to be closer with, Mickey being one. And so I remember seeing it as a golden opportunity because I felt that Mickey, Morgan, Zach, and Vinny may have had something, but I could see that Morgan, Vinny, and Zach were the stronger. They met without her. And so I was just like, I'm just going to go for it. And I'm going to plant all of these seeds because like, hey, if maybe she sees that they're excluding her and she's kind of like the odd man out of that group, she'll be closer to me and not Morgan. Sorry, Morgan, love you. But that was like my idea on that. And I remember I never wanted to work with Vince and Zach, but I knew that Morgan loved Vince and Zach. So I'm like, if Morgan believes that I want to work with Vince and Zach, then Morgan will want to work with me. She'll want to attach herself to me. And then I also saw that Will had this connection with the boys. So I'm like, okay, if all of them believe, oh, Vinny, it's water under the bridge. Like, who cares that you put me up? Like, I want to work with you. What point would it be to play a cat and mouse game and like go after each other? Like, why would I want to do that? I don't want to be a target. I'm like, if these people believe that I feel that, then they'll want to work with me, was my idea. Obviously, Vince and Zach didn't actually want to work with me, which I didn't necessarily want to work with them either. But again, it's a numbers game. And I was like, if I'm covered by them and I have Morgan, then they'll get on board is kind of how I saw it.
Yeah, so you do end up because Kelly also runs this to Jimmy, who initially is pissed off, but then actually talks with you about it and says, "Hey, Kelly's trying to say this about you, that you're talking about us," and you deny it, and he believes you, and thinks Kelly's trying to start stuff, and so it gets a little bit diffused there. So there is a bit of I think the way that I was looking at it, or the way that I came to understand part of what you're doing, at least my theory at the time, which I think in hindsight might make sense. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
It felt like for a good portion of the early game, you were looking to take Morgan out of the game so
Yes.
that you could have Mickey
Yes.
and you could have Zach. And if Morgan was removed, you felt like you had a decent relationship with Zach.
Yes.
You have a good relationship with Mickey. If you
Yes.
took Morgan out, you'd have both of them.
Yes.
However, at some point, you sort of learned like Zach might not be worth it. Like I'm not sure that's the right path.
Right.
Instead, you pivoted to wait. What if I take out Zach
Yes.
and then separate, because that's working, Mickey and Morgan, get both of them separately, and then so on and so. Is that like sort of
That's
a right?
exactly right. Because at the time, me and Zach had a good personal relationship. I mean, he would tell me actually some game information. Like, so I'm thinking like, okay, I can try to nurture this relationship as much as I can, because Vinny, I just never saw it with him. Like, obviously, as you guys can probably see, I mean, I saw him as a good number, but we just never connected, quite literally.
Mhm.
Not on a personal level, not on a game level. And obviously, I'm not going to trust someone who quite literally week one swore on everything he wasn't going to put me up and then puts me up. Like, I'm surprised they didn't show those conversations that he literally swore. He was literally like, my word is everything to me as a man in this life and in this game. Ashley, I'm not putting you up. That was at like 12:30 a.m. And then at 10 a.m. he put me on the block. So I obviously did not trust him. But yeah, I thought I could kind of work Zach a little more. He flirted with me, which obviously everybody knows he was not my type. But I was like, you know what? Maybe I can like kind of finagle this and like get him on my side. Obviously, I gave up on that and I was like, you know what? This is a dead hole. But yeah, that was my thought.
I think probably what the like people who like closely watched you on the feeds would say would be, obviously your reads generally were impeccable. Your two worst reads, probably people would say, is
Zach.
that you didn't see Zach coming for a bit longer than you might have should have. And then also Ava was another blind spot.
Ava, totally
yeah.
blind spot. Totally Ava and I completely, Zach for sure, I knew was one that I did not see until a lot later. And that was just because Zach would spend hours talking with me. I mean, I'm talking hours. Like, he would talk about his virginity. Like, he would talk about a lot of things. So I'm like, I missed that completely until obviously I started picking up on it, but I missed it for quite some time. Ava shocked me. Seeing those scenes, I'm not even gonna lie, like, because I can call a spade. Like, if I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Ava, y'all, 100%, I did not see. I don't know how I missed that. And I remember she was being weird. Like, there was times that she was being weird or she wasn't really telling me information. But I just, honestly, guys, I chalked it up to, like, Ava being Ava. Like, I was like, Ava is just, like, she slept most of the day, most days. So I just was like, oh, it's just Ava, And then I completely missed that until Mickey mentioned that to me. And I still didn't believe it. I will admit it. I didn't believe it even when Mickey told me. It wasn't Will. When I told Will's reaction, I was like, oh my gosh, this is true. I couldn't believe it. Like, even though he tried to lie about it, I knew.
Your face, Will. Your face. I saw your face. No, I didn't hear what you said. I misunderstood.
It was the face that I was like, shut up. Ava was coming. Like, that was the shock. I didn't know it was true. I'm telling you, I thought Mickey was lying when she said that to me in the shower. It wasn't until Will's face that I knew that was true. Yeah, I missed it.
Okay, so it's at this point in the game actually that Rachel proposes a final two to Ava, and says in the episode that for the most part she kind of means it. She would love to sit next to Ava in the final two. She thinks she could beat her, and so this though I think is generally like a side thing. This alliance doesn't really go anywhere. Mostly, I think, because Ava doesn't really care to engage in it. Ava has a very strange relationship with Rachel over the course of the season. She didn't really love her before the final two, and it seemed like she was only kind of tolerating her during the final two. Though Rachel did help open Ava's eyes to Vince during this time, which was the start of Ava being like, oh, Vince is shady, huh? There's a very funny series of events where Vince is trying to talk to Lauren this week, and Rachel is cleaning, and she interrupts them in the bedroom while they're trying to talk, and so they leave and they go somewhere else, and she's cleaning, and she gets to that room, and they're like, oh no, we're not talking, we're just hanging out, and then they leave and go to the boxing gym, and then she goes there too and finds them there as well, and she's like, oh my god, these two are really gaming, huh?
Oh my gosh, the gym. The gym was the most obvious place. Every time I would clock when people would go up there, and I'm just like, you guys are making it so obvious. Like, why?
Mm-hmm.
But yes, the gym was the place that a lot of people had meetings. And Rachel, yeah, Ava, again, complete blind spot. I did see Rachel and Ava's relationship though for me, but I didn't think Rachel really wanted to take her far. I just felt like they had a vibe going on a game level. I had no idea. Like I said, Ava, great actress, because actually not even acting. It was just me thinking that she just didn't. Again, she was just an aura person. She was like a vibe person. She would be asleep for 5 hours at a time in the middle of the day. So like, I genuinely had no idea. I had no idea. I thought she would understand the Jimmy thing, because I think that's probably what made her stop trusting me. But like for me, I genuinely wanted to keep Jimmy at that moment, because I had an aha moment where I was like, I hadn't liked Jimmy before, but now that Mickey's done this to Jimmy, Mickey will be a real number. I mean, Jimmy could be a real number for me moving forward, because now he's going after the same people I want out. Because at that time, I wanted Morgan out, Zach, Vinny, either three of them. I wanted them out. Zach probably the least out of the three, but I knew I wanted to break up that trio. And I just remember being like, Jimmy's mad at them now. Like, this is perfect for me. Like, if he can win a competition, if he stays, wins the blockbuster, or if I can get the votes for him to stay, this could be great. And I was trying to show that to Ava, but granted, I missed how close Mickey and Ava were at that moment. Mm-hmm. I knew they were close, but I missed just how close. I thought she would see the value of keeping Jimmy, because Jimmy wasn't going after her, but obviously completely backfired.
There's a lot of fun stuff there. Week 2, Amy ultimately is evicted. Yeah. And there's not really much that can be done about it here. Now there is this strange thing where like Mickey actually starts to try to like work on Adrian. And like start to tell him about some of the doubts she's having about Zach, which from my perspective were largely planted by you. Yes. Shouldn't have said that to Adrian though, because Adrian of course then went to Mickey with that, to Zach with that information about Mickey. But we get into week 3, Lauren wins the HOH, and this is actually pretty bad news for you, because Lauren's initial nominees are Will, Keanu, and you.
Stop! Really? Mm-hmm. Okay, that's news to me.
She did not want to nominate Kelly. She liked Kelly. She had a conversation with Vince where she was like, here's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking Ashley. I'm kind of thinking Keanu. And she didn't like love the idea of nominating Will. She's still in an alliance with Will called The Bond. She's just never spoken to the man in her life outside of the alliance meeting. But she's definitely looking at you. And part of this is that like your name has been out there, and you are seen as a number for Mickey and Morgan, who Lauren and Catherine have been in this sort of like adversarial relationship with, and so felt like striking at you makes a lot of sense. It did. And Vinny actually inadvertently comes in clutch for you. Okay. Because Vinny says, well, if you're worried, Kelly might volunteer. That might be easier.
Stop. Oh my gosh, this is all news to me. Okay. Oh, I'm loving this. Wait, okay.
So Lauren talks to Kelly and she does volunteer. And just like that, you're good.
Oh wrong with Kelly? Oh my gosh, I love it though. I'm like, Kelly, shut up. Dumbest people.
Now, I will say there's still a lot you had to do here, especially throughout the week. You really also should have been the option over Will. It made no sense for her to nominate within her own alliance instead of you. But she was fearful that not only because there were two things going for you here, in my opinion. Early nominees are very often renominated early on, especially in a blockbuster format. And so the fact that you weren't renominated until much later, huge testament to your game. But there were two things helping you. One is that you won the veto, and so people were thinking, oh, she can win comps. That's not good. But more importantly than that, because they weren't scared to renom Kelly, Keanu, etc., was that you did manage to reintegrate yourself with other people that would be upset if you went on the block. And that was the big thing. And that's why she felt comfortable nominating Will, because a lot of people, specifically Lauren and Vinny, often had this philosophy of like, if I nominate my own allies, only I can be mad at myself, not anyone else.
Whoa, idiots. I love it.
So the nominations kind of lock in. It's Kelly, Keanu, and Will. Of course, there is a whole bit of drama that happens right before the nomination ceremony where Mickey makes kind of a last minute push to not have her put Will on the block and instead put up Adrian.
Okay.
And she pushes hard, and Vinny and Zach, who should be pushing Lauren hard, are not pushing hard. They are like kind of hands off because Vince said, I would love for Ashley to go home this week, but if you want to do something safer, Kelly might volunteer. And he seems to be worried about pushing too hard. And so Mickey, on the other hand, is like, it'd be a real shame if people went after you if Will went up on the block.
Oh!
Basically.
Yeah, that sounds
frightens Lauren, who is like, oh my God, what do I do? Should I put up Adrian? And she's asking Zach about it. And he's like, I mean, maybe don't put up Will because he might expose the bond. So yeah, maybe. And she's like, so I put up Adrian. He's like, oh, well, I mean, I thought you were talking about Ashley, but I mean, I guess, I don't know. Again, like just kind of worried to be caught pushing your name.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Vinny comes in, does the same thing, talks pros and cons, because he wants to say honestly that he only talked pros and cons. And then you actually talked to Lauren, pretty clutch conversation. You might not have known.
No.
And she ends up locking in with Will at the end of the day. But she was like, she like walked out of that wine room in a daze. I said it was like 28 days later. She was like, what do I do? Somebody talk to me. Somebody tell me what to do.
Lauren, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. And no, I had no idea my conversation came in clutch. I genuinely did not think I would be an initial nom. I always was worried about being a renom. So really my conversation with her was to try to sway her into seeing you shouldn't put me up at all. As in like not a renom, not a nom. I actually did not think I would be an initial nom. But when she won, I don't know if it's just my reaction. I was not happy because I knew I was going to be on the chopping block. Now I didn't think I'd be on the initial chopping block, but I was like, if anyone wins the veto, I'm going up. Like that was my thought. So that's interesting to hear that she was going to put me up as an initial nom because I thought she'd be too scared to do that. Because at that time I had really like started to infiltrate myself and have a little posse around me where it's like, okay, now you're going to be scared to put me up because Mickey is a scary player, Morgan's a scary player, and Mickey and Morgan love me. You know, that was like my idea. Why I didn't think she'd put me up because I was like, she's too scared.
She was.
Great.
Vince at this point is basically reaches his limit with Kelly because Kelly has been feeding him information this whole time, has still thought that he's her final two, and she's trying to warn him, hey, people are noticing you and Lauren. And Vince is like, Kelly's so annoying. She keeps making this up. There's no way that anybody sees me and Lauren's relationship.
Oh my gosh, I saw it. It was bad. I was kept pushing Mickey. I was like, Mickey, Lauren, da, da, da. And then I tried to start planting the seed with Morgan, obviously, eventually, because I'm like, I need to split them up. Obviously, it didn't work. She stuck with Vinny the entire time, but.
And you had also warned Adrian, who started noticing, because Adrian walked in on one of their conversations and they were very much just like yada yadaing until he left the room. And so he went down and said to Zach, like, hey, like Vinny and Lauren are like, what is happening with them? And Zach ratted him out to them. And then Adrian talked to Lauren about it alone. And this gets Adrian into some trouble because, and it's a huge part of the reason why there wasn't a bigger push to keep him around, because he was a little skeptical of what was happening and the fact that they were lying to him. So nominations happen, and things are tricky. Keanu and Rachel sort of reunite a little bit. Keanu sees Rachel and Jimmy as like loners now, who don't have anybody, and so he thinks he can like. Because Keanu,
in there,
we always had to sort of be like, okay, here's the game, and then here's the game Keanu thinks is happening. And in Keanu's mind at this point, he was in like a solid trio with Riley and Vince, and he was on top of like a majority alliance, and he was like reaching out olive branches to the loners, Rachel and Jimmy. And so they start doing all this, but it just continues this cycle of like Rachel talking to Keanu, and then Keanu ratting her out to Vince.
Yeah,
Vince like, oh, I'm having this secret relationship with Rachel. And then Vince going to Rachel being like, why is Keanu saying he has a secret relationship with you? And then Rachel going to Keanu and being like, why are you telling Vince about our secret relationship? And then Keanu going, classic Vince. He just can't hold a secret. He keeps accidentally revealing things to Rachel.
Keanu was doing that the whole game. It drove me crazy, even till the end. I would try to tell him and warn him things about Vince, and then he'd just go run right back. And then obviously I'd hear it through Morgan. And it's like, Keanu, shut your mouth, please.
And at this point, Riley is like full on like, I would die for Catherine.
Yes.
And let me tell you, Keanu had multiple conversations with Riley where he was like, you know you're going to have to cut her eventually, right? You know you're going to have to pick us bros, right? And Riley was like, I don't like this man.
No, I knew Riley did not like Keanu. I tried to tell Keanu that week 6, and he didn't listen.
Never believed it.
Never believed it. Never believed it. Ugh.
So you're making more progress with Mickey and Morgan in the hopes of enlisting Mickey in this mission of sort of splitting up this new, because you're now seeing like Lauren is definitely in this. It's like Zach, Vince, Morgan, Lauren.
Yep.
And this was another thing that I think was tricky to see at the time exactly what the purpose was, because a lot of people were like, people talked about how you sometimes seemed to have an evil twin in the house.
Yes, I saw that Ashley.
Yes. And the evil twin was somebody that I think people didn't always know what the purpose behind some of the things you were doing were. And so one of those things was, why are you poking at Zach so much about Morgan? Because it's really pissing him off, and it's causing all kinds of chaos, and people enjoyed it, but they were like, is this strategically sound? I believe, tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
I think this was just you trying to do more to split this group up, cause more drama, sort of push this agenda of this love triangle in order to prevent these 4 from really locking in.
Yes, I wanted to split them up immediately. I mean, that was a huge dangerous threat. 4 people, 2 of whom have won competitions now. Obviously, Zach, like, I don't really count his $10,000 thing as a win, but like Vinny and Lauren are now 2 people who've won competitions. Now I have 4 people getting together. Morgan was super, I saw her as someone who had a lot of allies, who had some impact in this game. I need them split up immediately. I'm like, I will say and do whatever I have to cause distrust between these people to split them up. And yes, it was messy. I did not care at that point. I felt like these people have got to not trust each other and split up immediately. Like, I did want to work with Lauren in the sense of like, I saw her as she's a super fan. So I'm like, okay, she's already won one competition. I could see her winning more. Like, she just was someone I could just see being a competitive threat. And I was like, I can use that to my advantage. And she's also really shy and easily influenced. So I'm like, I know she trusts Vinny. I can feel she doesn't really trust Morgan. So if I can try to split up Zach and Morgan somehow, or cause a rift between this triangle, because if Lauren thinks that Morgan wants Zach and is doing this, then she won't trust Morgan. You know, and if Zach is seeing that Morgan and Lauren could be at odds, then he won't trust Morgan, because I could tell he was like ride or die for Lauren early on. He was like in love with that girl the minute he laid eyes on her. So I was like, I'm going to try to cause chaos in this group to break them up as much as I can. Sorry guys, but I was willing to do whatever it took. I did not care if it got back. I genuinely was like, I'm going to poke this bear until this bear explodes.
So Keanu wins this veto, which is bad news for you, because it was such an easy, obvious slam dunk decision.
Yes.
Obviously, you should be the renom.
Yes.
And that meant that like you guys had to go into overdrive, like Operation Save Ashley, one after another. You, Rachel, Mickey, Morgan, Jimmy filing into Lauren's HOH room. It's, in my opinion, the most aggressive and coordinated pitch of the entire season. That like you guys were all working together with one like goal in mind.
Yes.
And on the other side of things, Vince and Zach and Adrian were Adrian was a completely separate entity from them. And they were trying to get you on the block, but so lightly. And there was one thing you did that I really enjoyed, because you talked to Lauren, you made an impassioned plea to her, but you also talked to Vinny, and you told Vinny, if I stay off the block, I'm going to attribute this to you. And actually, I have a video clip. I've prepared some clips.
Oh, I like it. Okay.
Hopefully, we'll be able to keep in the video. We'll see if we get flagged.
Okay.
But I'm going to show you this.
No reason, for what it's worth, she really values your opinion. I would sincerely appreciate it if you could somehow lean towards Adrian. I know that's a lot to ask, but genuinely, I do not think she would put me up if you lean towards Adrian. I know you have stronger personal relationships with other people. Right. You also have to think about the end.
Yeah.
That's a strong punch.
Oh, I know.
I'm probably one of the weaker ones in the pack. It benefits you for me to stay.
Yeah.
I feel if I am not on that block, it's because of you. Truly. From what it sounded like. If I am not on the block tomorrow.
Oh, God, that's a lot of pressure. It's starting to apparently get around that I'm making decisions for Lauren. And whatever happens tomorrow is going to be put on me. I don't know how or where this came from. If Ashley is nominated tomorrow, it's going to be on me again, just because I nominated Ashley, and it's the easy thing to paint it on, because Lauren and I have started to hang out a little bit more.
Yeah.
If her name is not renommed tomorrow, she will directly relate that to thanks to me. But the inverse of that tells me that if her name is up there, she's going to directly relate that to because of me.
Adrian, I'm so sorry.
Stop! Oh my gosh, I can't believe it worked.
Oh wait, hold on. I
should have sent Ashley home instead of Adrian.
I just included that clip because I love it.
Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. See, in this house, I can't tell when things I do work necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I can't believe that worked.
Yeah, it's exactly the right thing to do to Vinny, to basically tell him, if I go up, then or if I don't go up, I will attribute that to you. He took it exactly how you meant it, which is, if I do go up, I'll know it was you. And all week long, we were just like, why are they not pushing harder? This is such an obvious thing. And he just wouldn't push hard enough. And so ultimately, Lauren is swayed by the overwhelming onslaught. You go up in the morning and you promise her safety if you stay up, if you stay off the block. Rachel tells her not to let an unemployed man in his 30s run her HOH. And Jimmy also tries to organize some kind of deal. And ultimately this leads to Lauren nominating Adrian instead of you, which is just such an incredibly wild decision to make. And in most scenarios would have been game losing, and in this scenario did eventually end up game losing, but like just a wild call.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I remember being like, I can't believe this worked. When she said Adrian, I was like, phew. But I did have a conversation with her that morning where she told me she was leaning towards keeping me.
Yeah.
So I felt okay, because she had not had big lies yet at this point in the game. So I was like, okay, if she wouldn't tell me that if she didn't think that. But I remember she tried to blame it on Keanu. She tried to be like, Keanu was the one that wanted you, up. We made a deal for you to go up and like all of this stuff. So
one of the big selling points, one of the cited reasons Lauren gave for why she decided not to do it was that she didn't want to be associated with Keanu. Which is something that you talked to her about. A couple of people did. Because Keanu had gone to Lauren to be like, hey, if you don't want to take the heat, that's fine. Blame it all on me. Say that you made a deal with me. And she was like, ugh, I don't want to be seen making a deal with you.
Right.
And so because the move was so heavily associated with Keanu, she didn't want to do it anymore. And so that was a big deal.
Oh my gosh, it's interesting.
What else were you thinking at this point? Like when all this was happening and you were trying so hard to stay off the block?
So I wasn't sure if was Jimmy trying to get me not up, or what was he?
He was actually defending you pretty hard. He was really going to bat for you.
Oh, wow. Okay, that I just wasn't sure. He was telling me that to my face.
Vince was trying to convince you that he was not. And Vince was also, because Vince was trying to do two things. He was trying to convince you that Jimmy was the reason, not him, if you did go up on the block. And number two, that Adrian making a deal with Lauren might have been a reason that he didn't go up on the block.
Right. Yes. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I remember thinking Adrian had stayed up really, really late the night before to like try to get off the block on the initial noms. And so I did feel like they had some sort of deal to get him not, because he wasn't on the block initially. And I thought that was weird that he wasn't on the block initially. I thought it was weird that Will went up instead of Adrian, to be honest, because Will was aligned with more people in the house than Adrian. So I was like, this doesn't even make sense to me. Granted, they didn't talk, they didn't have a personal relationship, but I felt like that was the more messy route to go than just putting up Adrian. So I felt like, okay, they probably have some sort of deal that she won't put him up at all. But then I also felt like Jimmy was telling me he was really pushing for me to not go up. So great to hear that he really was doing that. But I remember I just knew I didn't trust Jimmy or Vince. So I was like, I don't trust either of them. Definitely don't trust either of them to have my back. But I was like, I knew from my conversation with Lauren how she mentioned, I need to consult with Vinny. So I was like, this is my ticket. If I make it seem like Vinny, if you don't do this, if I'm up, like it's on you, it's your fault. And I'm going to make sure that everybody knows it's your fault and that you're the one pulling the strings in this house. And then you're going to be a target, basically was my idea. And so, I got that idea from Lauren because she's the one who said, I need to consult Vinny. And I was like, bingo, this is what I'm going to use to try to get myself up this block. Because if I can scare him enough into thinking that people are going to think he's pulling strings and controlling people's HOH, he's going to think I'm going to be a target. And then he'll try to push for me to not go up, which I don't know if that actually happened, but I knew that if I scared him, it was a potential that it could work. And thank you to Lauren, because she's the one who gave me that idea just by constantly mentioning Vinny. I was like, oh, if someone else is controlling her HOH, then whatever. And then I also remember thinking she had mentioned Keanu, and I was kind of trying to rely on like, do you really want to be associated with Keanu? Like that sort of mentality. Like if you're associated with Keanu and people think he ran your HOH, like you could be a target. I remember that was kind of my train of thought with that. But that's really interesting. That conversation with Vinny and Morgan, I'm like, oh my gosh, it worked.
It did. So with Adrian on the block, the week was not over because the votes were there to keep Adrian, which Lauren wanted to do. It would be a tie, but the votes were there to keep Adrian. So this, of course, really started to pull the heavy hitters. Like they were tearing at the seams at this point because Morgan, Mickey, Jimmy, and Rachel were on one side, while Zach, Vince, Lauren, Riley, Catherine, Kelly, Adrian, Keanu, all kind of on the other side. Jimmy tries to hold them together by remaking the Heavy Hitters 2.0. This one with no Riley and instead Mickey included. And so it doesn't really go anywhere because they still disagree with the direction of this week. And so Zach and Vince really want Adrian to stay. They really want Will to go. So does Lauren. The votes are there, but they just don't feel comfortable going to a tie vote and pissing off Morgan and Mickey and everyone else. And so, because that's like That's very scary. And one of the main things that Vince keeps saying to Lauren is like, well, we'll undo all of the goodwill that you just got by not putting Ashley up. We might as well have just put up Ashley if we're going to send home Adrian. It's like, or sorry, if we're not going to send home Adrian. Like, yeah, exactly. So they start trying to get other votes so that it won't be a tie and that they can try to claim we had no control. It was going to happen anyway. They try to flip Jimmy and Rachel. Doesn't happen. They don't try very hard because they don't expose themselves. Then they have one final push, and you know all of this, to try to get Ava to vote with them, which is a wild call considering it's against Will. And Ava actually talks them down, not only doesn't agree to do it, talks them both down from the decision by bringing up that fantastic argument. Frankly, I don't think you want to be associated with Keanu, do you? That's what Keanu's doing. You don't want to be on that side. And they're like, we don't want to be on that side. Oh my God.
So funny. Oh, that's so funny.
So they back down. Lauren is actually like trying to push them like, guys, I'm willing to do it. Bring it to a tie. I'll break the tie. I'll keep Adrian.
Wanted it, really?
And Zach and Vinny are like, we just can't. We just can't. And so, of course, Zach later is like, I did it for Lauren.
Yes.
But, of course, Adrian is evicted in a blindside 8-4 vote. Keanu, Riley, Catherine, Kelly, all completely blindsided. They were expecting that tie vote, and it did not come through.
Dang. All I have to say is immediately during that 2 minutes, what intermission in between the vote to evict, when they started gathering, it was like Vinny, Keanu, Zach, somebody else. They gathered in the center. My red flags went off immediately. What is there to discuss? We've already said that we're keeping Will, right? Obviously not Keanu, but Vince, Zach, and all of us, because we were supposed to be in a flat 5+2 with like Morgan, Mickey, Vince, myself, Will, and I don't remember, Ava or somebody. I don't remember the fifth person, but we're supposed to be in a 5+2 kind of thing. We already had discussed we are keeping Will. What is there to talk about? So immediately I was like, nope, I don't like it. Then I saw Zach staring at Ava during the vote, kind of being like a last ditch effort, what seemed like, to try to flip Ava. Ava turns to me during, like, while this is happening, people are getting up to go cast their vote to evict. And Ava turns to me and she's like, are we still keeping Will? I'm like, yes, like what? What is nothing has changed, whatever. And that was when I started being like, nope, Zach and Vince, nope. That was the point when I was like, I can't trust them. But it wasn't until then, like I said, my radar for Zach was completely off until that moment. That was the moment I was like, okay, he cannot be trusted, because Will really trusted Zach. Will was one of the people that told Zach. Zach was like the first person that knew that Will wanted to go home. Because I don't know if they edited this out, but Will really wanted to go home that week. He really missed Gwen, and he also felt like he was just going to go home anyway, because that was his second time on the block in a row. And so he was just over it. He was like, if I'm going to be the easy pawn, like, send me home. Like, I didn't come here to be on the block packing my bags every single week, which is fair. He's a 50-year-old man. Like, that is so fair. He's got a wife. He's got kids, all the things he's giving up. And so I remember that was the moment I was like, oh, Zach can't be trusted, because why are you giving Ava the look like trying to flip her at the last minute for a vote that we already said that we were going to do? So that was when my radar went off, but it was completely off before then. Zach did a great job at acting before then.
Well, let me tell you, from my perspective, that read, that catch, possibly saved your whole game. That came in very clutch, because things get interesting during week 4. Riley wins HOH, and of course, Mickey has this power. I did prepare a little clip here of this is one of my favorites that you did.
Dethroned me is Ashley.
Girl, I knew. I put 2 and 2 together. I'm like, I said, girl, I think we're fine, because I'm pretty sure he has the power. She goes, not tell anyone else. I was like 100% sure it was you. 2 weeks. 5 minutes later, me. I was like, what the fuck is going on? People need to think it's me. And when they're like, I'm so
like they just thought they were gonna go up. I'm sorry.
I don't know. You don't have any ideas?
I don't. I'm sorry. I
love that he thought it was me. I played into it. I winked at him. We were all sitting there. Oh, really? I knew he thought it was me. And he came up here and was like, it's Ashley. It's Ashley. It is freaking Ashley.
When she was sitting here, she was choking on her spit. I know fake when I see it.
It's Ashley.
Riley. You had so much confidence and you got it wrong. Now look at you. You played yourself. And now my girl Mickey has brought the power back to our side. Looks like Ashley is safe for another week. Ah! That is so funny. Oh my gosh. Ah.
So let me ask you, just to clarify, you were telling Mickey this story because you were not one of the people she told. She actually only told Morgan. Yeah. And then right before she was going to use it, she enlisted Rachel's help to help obfuscate. But you told Mickey the story that you actually clocked it and confronted Rachel about it. And she said, do not tell anyone.
Yes, that's actually 100% true. So I knew Mickey had it since quite literally that week that happened, because
to be fair, everyone in the house did.
Oh wow, really?
Oh yeah. So okay, I guess you don't know this. Zach was standing right there in the competition when Mickey won it. So he she had said something, and then they said the power is claimed, and so he was like, "I'm 99% sure Mickey has this power," and told a bunch of people.
I didn't know he told people. I knew he knew, though. We had the conversation about it. Because so how I knew that Mickey had it was Mickey helped me try to find a power in the competition. She literally grabbed my hand, because once I got to the front and I thought I found something, she was like, she heard my voice because I was trying to get to Ava, because Ava was at the front and I didn't know where the things were to put the thing in. And I had something and I thought, oh my God, I won something, like, yay. And so I'm like, Ava, how do I get this in? I need to find a way to get to the front or whatever. And Mickey heard me. She grabbed me. Mickey's like, it's me, Mickey, come here. So she tries to help me put the thing in. And then when it didn't fit, she's like, okay, we need to find you another one. She goes and helps me the next 10 or 15 minutes in the competition trying to find a power. That's how I was like, there's no way someone who doesn't have a power is trying to help somebody else have a power. It didn't make sense. And then me and Zach had a conversation. He was explaining how Keanu did the same thing with him. Keanu tried to help guide Zach to find the power. And that's how Zach knew that Keanu probably had the power. And so me and Zach were scared to say the name, but we had a conversation where we were basically kind of like beating around the bush, like, you know, I think it's a girl. I think it's a girl who's super safe this week, because it was Jimmy's HOH who's not going to go up because they're very close with this person. And so I didn't know he told people, though. Oh, dang. But that's all he had about.
He basically told everyone, including Riley himself at one point. And we now, the audience, have been, or at least the live feeders, have known this for weeks, that like, it's a fact this power is useless because everyone knows Mickey has it. And if she tries to use it, it won't work because she doesn't know how many people know. And I did say, I think the questioning will actually be worse for him than, because if he just had to pick, he would pick Mickey, but the questioning will introduce some doubt. Yeah. And so when the feeds came back, because at this point, Riley, not well liked by the fan base. Okay. So feeds come back to a Riley HOH, then go down again to a Mickey HOH, who is very beloved by the fan base at this point. Yeah. It was quite a roller coaster of a night. And it could only have been Riley or Keanu that made that decision. You'll see this in the episode. We find out later, Vinny actually was trying to tell Riley, I think you're wrong. It's not, I don't think it's Ashley. I think it could be somebody else. But he didn't push very hard because that's Vince. Yes. Zach knew and decided not to tell Riley because he preferred Mickey to be the HOH. Yeah,
because Morgan was going to go on the block.
Well, also because, maybe I'm putting too many thoughts into his head, but like he was in trouble with Riley. Riley was pissed at Zach for the Adrian vote. So what happened was they were blindsided by the Adrian vote. And when Riley won HOH, Vinny ran straight to Riley and Keanu cried to them saying, I'm so sorry. I'm such a weasel. I'm just such a terrible, I'm not like a man like you, you know, I want to be more like a man like you guys. And you know, it's all Zach's fault. You know, he didn't want to do it. And so the numbers weren't there. And so I just went along with Zach, completely threw Zach under the bus to them, gained a little bit of favor with them. It worked enough with Riley and Catherine that he was safe, but they were looking to potentially backdoor Zach that week.
Oh, wow. So wait, who are his noms going to be then?
It was going to be you, Mickey, Morgan.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes. But Zach, they talked about, like, Zach would have been a heavy backdoor option.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it was a correct move for Zach to not want Riley to be HOH for sure. Yeah. Although he was also at that time in some trouble with Mickey, but that ended up not being too much of a problem. So very fun stuff. You, of course, go up there, trick Riley into thinking it's you. Fantastic work.
Thank you. I was like, oh my gosh, it was fun for me. I genuinely love acting. So I was like, this is so fun. I'm like, I'm going to go up there and just weasel my way through. Like, I'm so sorry. Your photos, like, you know, because then I was like, oh, if I apologize, it's really going to get him, because he's going to be thinking in his mind, she's apologizing because she's the HOH. Like, and that's exactly what happened. And I just remember I was just like trying to use reverse psychology the entire time, like, you know, emotionally manipulating him. I hated that. I loved it. I really did. Because at that point we were close. So I was like, I need this man to not be the HOH. Like, when he won the HOH, I was pissed. I was pissed. The funny thing is, I was actually rooting for Zach or Jimmy to win that HOH. Which is fun because that's how I felt. I felt better about Zach than Riley, and I felt the best about Jimmy at that point. Even though I probably was going to be Jimmy's renom if they're nom that week potentially.
At that point, I don't think Jimmy would have targeted you.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay. Yeah.
Zach would have, though, probably.
Okay. Zach probably, yes.
Yeah.
And so I just remember when Riley won, I was like, I am in trouble, because we just did not have a relationship. Me and Catherine, I obviously wasn't a fan of her since day 2. So I was like, oh, this is terrible for my game.
Okay, so this was a point of contention. We're skipping ahead slightly here, but Mickey tells you, why are you vouching for Jimmy when he almost put you on the block during his HOH and I had to talk him out of it? That was kind of true. You were a consideration, but like not a very heavy one for Jimmy. Okay. And soon after that, and I think you came to recognize this, like it wasn't much longer after that like he was pretty much fully on board with you for the rest of his time in the house. Like great. He was not, he was not like an op secretly. And you know, if he had stayed, who knows, right? Like it's Jimmy. Right. But
yeah, right, exactly. No, and that's how I felt. And I remember pushing back on Mickey and being like, I don't think so. Like which I think they might have shown that conversation. I don't know, but I've seen it.
I think Mickey was correct in feeling like she influenced him to not put you up, but definitely like over exaggerated how anti you he was and still, or was at that time and then still was at the time she was telling you.
Oh, great. Okay, I'm glad then, because I was like, dang, was I embarrassed? Because I was pushing back on her in that conversation. I was like, I don't think so. Like, I don't think Jimmy's coming. You know what I mean? I don't think he's coming for me or like whatever. And she was like, So I'm glad to know that I was right not to trust her.
Yeah. So a couple things happen here outside of your sphere in this power group, because prior to this week, Zach, Vince, and Lauren had started to lock in as a trio. They had talked about, Zach and Vince had talked about how they actually preferred Lauren to Morgan, and that they were going to choose Lauren over her. However, once Mickey wins this HOH, all this tension between Mickey and what she told Adrian and all of this stuff, and them getting in trouble with the Riley Keanu side of the house, they were like, all right, you know what? We're actually chill. Like, Morgan, you're our best friend because you need to help us with Mickey. And Mickey, you're also our best friend again. And they kind of, all of your work to separate them kind of starts to go away. And the nominations are pretty straightforward here. Keanu, Kelly, and Riley having stolen his HOH and him cussing her out. So she did make it a little more complicated because she promised Kelly safety for some reason and then went back on it. But, it is what it is. Yeah. It's at this point in the game that Vince tells the cameras he is intentionally flirting with Morgan as strategy because his girlfriend at home has told him that's fine, basically.
Okay.
We learned later that was not true.
No.
So But this is when we were like, okay, this is really like, this is real. Because he is actually trying to flirt. Of course, this becomes very important later on. Keanu wins the veto. And this is where things get really strange.
Yep.
A long conversation happens between Keanu, Mickey, and Morgan where he is trying to blame Rachel for all of the distrust between him and them. And they're saying, it's not Rachel, it's Jimmy. He's like, it's Jimmy then. It's Jimmy's blame. Yeah, Jimmy did all of it. And he does give them some amount of like whatever scraps he has of like these like conversations he's had with Jimmy over the last couple of weeks where he's been trying to throw him olive branches. It's pretty inconsequential. But for Mickey, who was so pissed at Jimmy the week before, she's like, or 2 weeks before, she's like, Jimmy's doing all of these things. I'm really upset about this. And she starts to think maybe I need to be targeting Jimmy. Morgan's pushing this hard as well. And this is pretty bad for you and for Rachel because Jimmy is a good number for you. It's obviously really terrible for Mickey. You call it a game-losing move.
Yep.
Which it was.
It was. I just remember thinking this. I wanted Vince on that block so bad. I don't know if you know that. I wanted Vince on that block because I felt like if he was on that block, he was going home. And I did not trust Vince. Like I said at the time, even though I started not trusting Zach after that vote, I still thought he was a better number than Vince. I just knew me and Vince would never be anything. We would never vibe. We'd never be on the same page. It would always be a fake relationship. Zach, I felt like, although he tried to flip the vote against Will, and I don't really trust that, which is what I figured out that week. Actually was the week I figured out that all my inklings were true because I confronted Ava. And I basically used reverse psychology on Ava by pretending like I already knew and it was confirmed. And it was like this whole thing. And then she ended up relaying all the information to me, which now I know from clips, which is why she hated me after that. Because, sorry, you're going to say something.
Oh, no, it's... So that happens after the Jimmy renom. I will get to that. But you did push Vince, and you also did something here. Not to cut you off, but like you also told Rachel about how Morgan and Mickey had been talking about how they want her out in jury, or they want her to get to jury, be first person into jury.
Yes.
This makes the episode. And after this, Rachel, because you pitched Vince, Rachel then goes to Mickey and she tries to, and you think you were told about this. She tries to get Mickey to nominate her. Yes. She says, I want to go. Or she calls herself Ava in the conversation. And between your pitch and then Rachel coming here and being like, if not me, you've got to do Vince. Mickey does change her mind. And she is going to do, she's like, basically like, I'm doing Vince.
No way.
Mm-hmm. At least that's what it felt like to us at the time. Okay. It was like, wow, it's Vince, just like that. Mm-hmm. And she just has to talk to Morgan about it. Sorry, Morgan, I think I'm going to have to do Vince because a lot of the arguments you were saying, she regurgitates to Morgan. Vince is a number for you. And they've been pitching this like deal of 4 people that ends up being the melting pot of Mickey, Morgan, Vince, and Zach. And she's like, that's good for you, but I need my people. Like, I don't want to get rid of my people and you keep your people. I'm sorry, it's going to have to be Vince. Morgan cries to her, says, you can't do Vince. You can't do Vince. I need him in this game. He's the only one that talks personal things with me. And she pushes back really hard. And she, at this point, Morgan has backed out of the entire idea of Jimmy at all. She's like, do Catherine. Catherine makes more sense anyway. Okay. But Mickey refuses to do Catherine. And so it ends up landing back on Jimmy. But for a moment there, it had worked. It was Vince.
Wow. Oh, that would have been perfect. Granted, not perfect because it was great that Vince stayed and I got to beat him in the end. But oh my gosh, I wanted Vince on that block so bad. I remember I even broke down the cherries. I was like, here are the cherries. I don't know if it showed that, probably not. But I was trying to show her.
Not in the episode, I don't think.
Oh, not in the episode. But it was on the live feeds, was it?
I believe I recall you with the cherries.
yeah, I was like trying to show her the Venn diagram of like Vinny and all of his connections.
Yeah.
And I was like, and then I remember being like, even if you don't do Vinny, maybe you should do Lauren, because Lauren is Vinny's legs. You have to chop the arms and the legs off of the person in order to get to the person if you won't do this person.
It was an effective argument, I think.
Yeah, right. And I'm like, but it's really best to hit the kingpin. If you hit the kingpin, the whole, army falls. Like, there is no army. It's the kingpin's gone. But I was like, at worst, get the legs, get the arm, get the legs, get one of them, chop them off, make them weaker. If you don't want to do Vince, I wanted Vince up and gone so bad that week. But it's interesting to see that it almost worked. Wow.
Yeah. And we were all just like, why in the world is she not just putting up Catherine? Right. Mickey had been convinced, and you know this, that Riley and Catherine were now fully on board with her. And they weren't, because of course they weren't. Right. Riley bragged about how easy it was to fool Mickey, like shortly after this. Of course, he was still pissed she stole his HOH. Yeah. But she was so convinced they were numbers for her.
She was convinced. She wanted to take Riley home too. It was crazy.
It was wild. The pull Riley had over some of those people in that.
Yes, which is why he had to go. Love you, Riley. Actually, don't love you, Riley,
but so Jimmy is nominated. The melting pot forms. This is of course Morgan's ideal final four. And this is all like bad stuff. You call it a game losing decision, and you obviously are looking to potentially keep Jimmy. Yeah. Like, this doesn't have to be the end. You bring this up to Mickey, and it pisses her off.
Pisses her off. And I did not care. Because at that point, Mickey had been talking crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, she was a very domineering person. And I started to just be over it. I was like, listen, this HOH is almost over. And to be honest, she wasn't good at competitions. She was just like me. Like, she was not good at competitions. The only you know what I'm saying? Like, the HOH she won was a random, in the dark trying to grab something. So I was like, hey, if this HOH is over, she already did a renom. I could just share my thoughts because I have a whole nother week where she can't be HOH. Like, I'm over keeping my feelings in. And I also want her to see that this is a game losing decision. And I wanted really to push that in her head, because I wanted her to somehow get on board with keeping Jimmy. Obviously, it never happened. But I was like, this is bad for my game. Like, I saw Jimmy as a number. Jimmy is an ally. Jimmy is someone who could win comps. Like, at that point, I thought he could probably win some comps. And I just remember thinking, this is terrible. I have to get Jimmy out of the situation, because I felt like Jimmy was a good number for me at that time. Which it sounds like he was. I mean, he helped not get me on the block with Lauren's HOH and stuff. So I guess I read that somewhat right. But yeah, I remember thinking, if I can somehow convince Mickey that like keeping Jimmy is good, maybe she can convince some other people. Because if she's on board, then I can also push it more in the house. But I was kind of afraid to push it more in the house because of Mickey. So yeah, but obviously it didn't work out. She did not like that.
She was very mad at you. She ranted and raved. Ashley should feel great, or I should be grateful that I kept her off the block. How dare she not respect my choices? We felt at the time that she was deep in this state of like making this really bad decision and then having to feel like it wasn't a bad decision because of how bad a decision it was. Yeah. So this is the key moment that I was talking about earlier. And you've been mentioning this as well. One of my favorite things that you did as well. You get it out, because all week long, we've been like, Ava, why have you not told anybody about the attempted vote flip?
Yes.
And to this day, I still don't know for sure exactly why she didn't want to tell anybody, but you extract the information from her. Tell me about this.
Yes, I remember I just was thinking to myself, okay, one, how can I get Mickey? Because maybe I can save Jimmy. If Mickey thinks or starts to see that, okay, yeah, you're not really aligned with Zach and Minnie. Like, you think you're aligned with them and you think this is your posse, your team, because I could tell, I knew they had a four because I caught them in the room multiple times late at night and I kind of just busted in on the conversation. And I remember we were talking about the jury, looking at the wall, like, because I wanted them to think, I could be a number for them. But in reality, I'm like, this is an obvious other four outside of Lauren. And I need this to X, because now this is turning into 5 and I'm not in this 5. Like, this is not good for my game. And so I remember thinking, how can I get Mickey to see that she can't trust Zach and Vinny? Because if she sees that she can't trust Zach and Vinny, maybe we can save Jimmy. And even if we can't save Jimmy, then maybe she won't be so pissed at me for, moving into the next week for HOH. Because obviously we don't know who's going to be HOH. So I remember thinking, if I can prove that, because my gut instincts were telling me that Zach and Vinny tried to flip the vote because of all the actions I just said earlier, like that happened during that 2-minute window before eviction. If I can have this information like confirmed, obviously, because I was like, obviously I told lies in the game, we know this, but I tried not to tell big lies. And so what I didn't want to do was say something that was absolutely like saying something for fact that I don't even know to be true. So I was like, if I can go to Ava and she thinks that I already know and it's true, then she'll just tell me everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'll just pretend like I heard it around the house. And so I go to her, I do that, and she just spills. And I'm like, no way this just happened. Like, I can't believe I was right. I knew they were trying to flip the vote. Like, I knew everything was sus. And she gave me the golden egg. And I was like, oh, I'm about to relay this information and use it as a weapon, because that was like the ammunition I needed to try to cause discourse in that group and kind of get in. You know, there was a tiny crack and I needed to open it with a crowbar. And I saw that as a way to do that.
It's such a fun clip. I don't have it right now, but like Ava's just like, wait, how'd you know? And then you're like, oh, I saw the meeting. Like, you guys had a meeting. She's like, oh. So the thing I think that you didn't know, because this was also part of a pitch you made to Ava to keep Jimmy.
Yeah. Okay.
Ava had actually pitched to Mickey to get Jimmy on the block. Ava wanted Jimmy on the block in the first place, and then acted surprised when it happened. Even though she had a conversation with Mickey where she basically was like, do it, Mickey. So when you pitched, like, that was unfortunately the wrong person to pitch to. And she was so pissed at you. Maybe because you got the information out of her, but I think also just because you were pitching for Jimmy to stay. She was also pissed at Rachel for trying to get Jimmy to stay. I think if I'm trying to get into her head, I think she wanted Jimmy gone so that, you know, players like Rachel would be closer to her. But I don't know for sure. But she went up to talk to Mickey after this and said, Ashley is so disloyal. It really pisses me off. I mean, she said all kinds of things. But she went on a rant about you to Mickey. Yeah. And Mickey was pissed that you were doing, because this was after she had the conversation with you when she thought she had already squashed it and said, how dare you don't say anything about Jimmy. Right. You should be grateful that I kept you around in the first place. And so Mickey was done with you. Mickey was like, the way that she was trying to set up Rachel to be a target eventually, she was doing that to you that day. She was telling the melting pot. She was getting everyone on board. And this did lasting damage to your game, because even after you get Mickey back on board, there are still a bunch of people that are still pissed at you and think that there's an opening to take you out. Yeah. But you talk to Mickey, and this is another thing I like about your game, because you noticed something is off. Yeah. You went and talked to Mickey, you said, what's up? And Mickey tried to deny it, tried to say everything's fine. Right. And you just, and this is the same thing you did with Lauren when she was like, so, I'm not sure. Maybe Adrian? And you just sat in that room for like 3 hours. And you did the same thing to Mickey here. You would not let her deflect from this conversation. Talk to me about it.
No, I remember thinking, I knew that things were off between us. I knew that she was going around stirring things up. She was trying to ice me out in the house. She was doing all those things all day long. I watched her have conversations. I knew that she was going to try to come for me. Like, I could feel it in my bones that Mickey was coming for me. And I just remember thinking, I have to turn it on. I'm going to have to do whatever I have to do, whether it's cry, whether it's whatever it is.
Which you did.
Which I did. And I also did that with Lauren. I'm telling you, if you are an actress, do Big Brother, you will do so. Because I remember being like, I can use this emotional thing with her. Like, because I felt like she had saw me as a sister. And so I was like, I'm going to use this sisterly, thing between us and try to guilt trip her into it. And not only that, I'm about to weaponize every single piece of information I have, because if she doesn't trust the other side, she has to come back to me. Whether she likes me or not, she has to come back to me, because she will have nobody else. She has to come back to me. And so I remember I cried. I'm like, I just love you. And I just don't want us to have, this thing between us. Like, you're like a sister to me. Like, what can I do? And I just remember I I knew she was going to deny. I remember thinking, I'm not leaving this room until I feel that we are good. I will not leave this room, because when people sleep on it and then they have time to talk to other people and other people can get in their heads, that's when things go haywire. So I was like, I am not leaving this room until she is confidently back on Team Ashley. Like, whether it's fully, whether it's partially, I need her to be on this meter of me. And so I remember thinking, I'm going to do, that was probably the second time outside of Lauren that I really had to be cutthroat and like do whatever I had to do to like get myself out of this hole, because I knew I was in a hole. And I just remember thinking, I'm going to say everything. She's going to leave this room not trusting Zach and Vinny if it's the last thing I do. And I don't know if that worked or not, but yeah, I just remember I'm dropping the seeds, and she was so shocked, and I was shocked that she was shocked about the vote flip. I thought Mickey had a lot more power in the game than she actually did. I thought she knew everything in every corner of every single situation. And seeing her face, her reaction to it, I knew that she did not know about that vote flip. And
yeah, she has this reaction that is like, oh yeah, I thought they might. Wait, they really did?
Yes, that was exactly her reaction. She didn't believe it. I don't think she fully believed it, which is why I realized, unfortunately, I was gonna have to throw Ava under the bus, because I was like, I need her to believe that this is true. And
Very good that you did. It was incredible timing considering what Ava had just done to you.
Right, which I didn't even know that Ava just did that. So that's crazy. But I remember thinking, I have to throw Ava under the bus, because sorry, like Ava didn't really have power in the game. So I was like, if she's mad at me, oh well. You know what I mean? I need Mickey to be on my side, because if Mickey is on my side, I'm gonna be okay.
And it did seem to have a significant impact, because they had been solidifying as this melting pot 4, and in the conversation, Mickey's like, man, wow, that's good that you did that. I'm looking at Zach different. Like, and it took a couple more days for you to like fully heal the relationship. But by the end of the week, like, you're back in, locked with Mickey. Only Mickey. Morgan's still pretty pissed at you. Zach and Vinny still want you gone.
Yes.
But you've locked Mickey back in, and that, of course, is incredibly clutch when Ava wins the next HOH and says, my 3 nominees, frankly, are easy. Keanu, Vinny, and Ashley. And she's set on that. You'll watch it in the episodes. She is set on it. Mickey's like, no, we can't do Ashley. And she goes, I'm telling you, we can't do Ashley. And of course, the name she gives is Zach. And I don't think that would have happened if you hadn't extracted that information from Ava to give to Mickey. I don't think she chooses you over Zach by any means, if not for that moment.
Yeah, wow. And I bet they don't even show it in the show.
They don't.
I'm like, it's crazy. I'm like, it's just wild, but it is what it is. At least there's live feeds. Thank God. I mean, people would be like, how the hell did this girl win this game? Because that's crazy. That's clutch. I had no idea Ava was coming for my neck like that at all. Like, I can admit it. I misread her. I had no idea. I just knew I didn't fully trust her, because why did you not tell anyone that people were trying to flip Will? If
you do tell the cameras that a few times. You're like, I don't know if I trust Ava fully.
Yeah, like I just kept thinking, Will is your ride or die. Like, they were extremely close in the house, much closer than me and Will. So I was like, I don't trust Ava, because why would you not tell anybody? Like, I just couldn't grasp that. I still don't know. I guess I'll have to ask her, but I didn't understand why she didn't tell anyone. That part didn't make sense to me. And so I remember thinking, well, I can't fully trust Ava now, but I definitely didn't think she was coming for my neck as much as she did. And now I'm so glad I told Mickey all of that stuff.
The only other thing that happens before Ava's HOH is P-Gate.
Yes. With
pee on the floor, which is a funny situation, but also, from my estimation, actually a turning point in Rachel and Keanu's relationship, because you get into this big argument, and Keanu finds out that Kelly lied about what Rachel said. Yes. And that, to me, was, again, a turning point for Keanu, where he started to believe in Rachel just a little bit more. Yeah. Didn't last.
Yeah, it didn't
last.
Didn't last.
They tried to say it was confirmed that this was Keanu on the show.
Oh, really? It was Keanu.
Well, that's what they tried to make it seem like, but it's still unknown. At the time, the feeders saw last person the feeds saw on the bathroom was Vince. But it's possible that somebody went in, while the feeds were down in the morning for music or whatever. So,
interesting.
We still don't know for sure. But the show really seemed to imply it was Keanu, and they would know.
Interesting. Okay.
Anyway, Ava is the HOH. Comes in. This is a funny thing, actually, too, that all of this stuff with Mickey talking Ava out of nominating you happened before the feeds came back from the show, the live show. So when the feeds came back, we only saw Ava with Zach, Vinny, Keanu noms, and we were like,
"What happened?"
She's talking about how she considered Ashley, but she probably just considered Ashlly. She wouldn't have actually done. Then we watched the episode. We're like, oh my god, she was doing Ashley.
Oh wow, man! A different game that would have been had she done me. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
But the thing is, had she done me next to wait, who won the veto that week? I can't remember. Oh no,
Catherine.
Catherine won the veto. So it would have been me, Vince, and Keanu on the block. Ooh, I don't know if I would have. I don't think I would have gone home next to Vince, actually. So that would have been interesting.
Keanu winning the blockbuster, you versus Vince in that spot. Yeah, I think you were. Yeah, I don't think you stay there.
No. I would have literally only had Mickey, Will, and I don't remember who else is even there.
Rachel.
Yeah, I would have gone home. That's crazy. It would have been a total different week. Wow.
Like I said, clutch that you won Mickey back over with that.
You know what's crazy though? That would have been so dumb for her game.
Yes.
Dumb. Like it actually would have made no sense at all. So I'm glad they convinced her of that, because that actually genuinely would have been a dumb game move, honestly. Because I was totally still like, I didn't trust Ava fully, obviously, as I told her the cameraman, but I still wasn't gonna like put her up if I was HOH. So I wasn't smart.
Yeah. Despite the tension, despite Mickey wanting, Zach on the block here, she does start to bond back in with him again with this melting pot alliance over the course of the week. Keanu also starts to bond with his bros on the block that he's with. And Ava starts wanting to renom Morgan because she didn't like her nominations.
Yes.
So you get completely off of her radar temporarily, though she still gets mad anytime you're included in an alliance conversation. You have a conversation up with Will and Mickey. You talk about working together. And after that conversation, Ava's like, well, guys, why did Ashley have to be there? Like, I don't like that Ashley was there. And Will and Mickey had to vouch for you. Will in particular really had to vouch for you to be like, Ava, I trust her. She's, if you trust her, then I guess I'll work with her.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That is so funny. And you know what though? It's those moments where it's like, I loved Will, but that was another reason why I trusted Will, but I always knew he was close with Ava. That I always knew. So it was like, this fine line of like, I love Will and Ava, but that was also why I was kind of looking out. I guess I'm fast forwarding, but when it came to the judges, that was one of the reasons why I didn't want to include Ava.
Yeah, Will, we sometimes saw him, like he had a little bit of Vinny in him. Where like he really just agreed with everything anybody said to him.
Yes, I saw some clips. I was like, Will.
But listen.
Folks love Captain Will.
They do. That's fair.
But he has a whole bit on the show where he's in the diary room saying half the time when people are talking to him, he doesn't listen to a word they say.
I believe that.
Which explained a lot, actually.
I actually believe that, because there were times he'd be in conversation, yeah, 100%, yeah. And it's like, But I also knew, because I started expressing my doubts about Ava, this might have been like going into week 6. I don't exactly remember the time frame, but I started expressing my doubts about Ava, and it especially exacerbated week 8. And I remember how hard he was pushing for me to get off Ava. And that was when I knew, because he had tried to say before that he would choose me over Ava. I didn't believe it, but I wanted to believe it. And then it was that week 8 for sure, in our conversations, like how hard he was pushing for me to get off Ava's back. I was like, oh no, he would choose Ava over me. He would choose Ava.
Yeah, and she ranted to him about you a couple of times. In particular, there was a time you were talking about Lauren being really quiet and indecisive, And Ava crashed out after you had that. She was like, "How dare she talk about Lauren like that?" And she did it to Will, and he was like, "Yeah. How dare she talk about Lauren?"
The crazy thing is, you saw the conversations about that Will had about Lauren. He felt the exact same way. Exact same way. He thought she was the most indecisive person he ever met.
We also skipped over, of course, one of your most iconic moments, the vote for Jimmy.
Vote.
No.
Do you know what's funny? I didn't even hear her say no. I didn't even hear it. Yes. I ran in and ran out, and I legitimately thought my vote did not count until after 20 minutes later when they pulled me into the diary room and were like, "Just so you know, your vote did count." But I was like, I already told everyone that it wasn't me, so I just had to stick with it. I remember I stuck with the tears. I was full on. I remember I was like, if I cry, everybody's going to think, no way, like she did it. No way she did it. And I remember Morgan actually, I think, believed me.
They all seem to believe you, yeah, at least initially.
Yeah, the tears, I was like, are going to sell it. I'd use tears a lot, obviously, throughout to sell my tactics.
Did you accidentally vote that way, or was it that because Rachel was pushing hard, like we have the votes, do it, and it's like, well, if I'm wrong, I don't want to screw it up. Or if she's right, I don't want to screw it up, right? But then you go out and talk to Will, and he's like, no, that's not what
Right, 100%. I'm telling you, in that moment, she was yelling. She's like, Jimmy, we have to say Jimmy. I went in there knowing I was going to vote to evict Jimmy, and I'm telling you, when the bright lights, the camera lights flashed on me, and I'm looking in the camera, I couldn't even think of words. Like I don't even know what. I was just so like flabbergasted. Mind you, we were running on like no sleep because like that week was a week I obviously got myself into a lot of SHIT. And so I was like working overtime. I mean, that conversation with Mickey lasted into the wee hours of the night, because I was not leaving until I got my mission was accomplished. So I was so tired from that week. I don't even think words can explain. I mean, I think I maybe got 4 hours of sleep each night that week because I was just in a hole, obviously, after the renom situation. And so I was so tired, and I came in knowing I was going to vote to evict Jimmy, and then I didn't. And I don't even think I realized it until I was talking to Will. And then I was like, because he was like, who'd you vote to evict? And I said, Kelly. He goes, what? And I was like, oh my gosh, I think it showed probably my facial reactions. I realized what I had done, and I was like, oh my God, I have to immediately like correct it. I don't even know what happened. My brain clocked out. I'm telling you. I must have been playing the O's role a little too good that I just... brain clocked out, completely messed that up. Didn't even realize I did it till I'm casually telling him who I voted for. And he freaks out. And I was like, oh, and we both had the oh shit moment at the same time. And I ran back in as fast as I could.
It was amazing. So Ava HOH, Catherine wins the veto. Mm-hmm. There's a little bit of back and forth here about whether it will be used, whether Morgan will go up. But ultimately it's not going to be used. There's some other stuff here, though. Of course, as you now know, we've been anticipating that there will be a renom regardless, because we know that Zach has a 10K veto power.
That's right.
And I said day one, night one, I said Zach's a lock for jury because he's good socially, he's in a good position, and in the event he ever does touch the block, he's automatically safe. Yep. Little did I know.
Would not use it. I didn't even know about the power until the end of the game. Till the end of the game, Morgan told me, and I had no. Has to be. I can't believe in an interview he called me dumb. You, Zach, if you're watching this, you have to be the dumbest Big Brother player of all time. To have a power to stay safe and not use it is insane.
That's literally what we told him in the interview.
My gosh. I'm mad that was even true. I remember thinking this is not true when Morgan told me at the end of the game, because I was like, who would be dumb enough to not use it? Like, oh my gosh. And I tried to warn him because, like I said, I was trying to work with Zach. I really was trying to work with him, and I tried to warn him, and he just didn't want to believe me.
Yeah. So Rachel has this punishment with Zach. They bond during it. She tries to warn him about Mickey and Morgan. He brings that to Mickey and Morgan without fully ratting Rachel out yet, because he actually does kind of believe her. But then Rachel has this interaction with Morgan. She's still kind of like, because Morgan's now like, is Rachel, like, what is Rachel doing? Does she want to try to keep Keanu? And she's upset about it. She tries to campaign to keep Vinny and Zach. This makes Rachel upset. Morgan brings up the jury thing, and then Rachel blows up on her. How, if you think that I'm sitting in this jury, you and your friends, and so this pisses off Morgan. She goes upstairs to Mickey and tells Mickey. Mickey's pissed off, and this is the start of the Rachel-Mickey war. Morgan talks to Zach about this later, and this is like one of the most ridiculous conversations, at least until all of the Vinny-Morgan conversations later in the season. Because Morgan's like, I'm going to tell you something. When I talked to Rachel today, she said, you and your friends, with an S, friends. What do you think that means, Zach? My friends? She's talking about us. She's talking about us, Zach. And she says, in a famous Live Feed update moment where I lost my mind, she starts talking about you. And she's like, listen, sometimes, you're trusting people that you shouldn't, like, who are you talking about? You talk to her all the time, Zach. Who are you talking? You talk to her all the time, Zach. Who? Just tell me the name. You talk to her all the time, Zach. You talk to her all the time. It's like, who? What are you, Ashley? Yeah, you talk to her all the time. And so it's this conversation that actually prompts them to have a conversation with you the next morning.
Okay.
Very important conversation where you clear the air with Zach about the votes and all of the stuff that's happened in the season so far. Then you talk with both Zach and Morgan, clear the air. And this clears you with Morgan. So tell me about this from your perspective, because, again, very important moment for you and Morgan in a relationship.
Yes. So I was like, this is fabulous because no matter what, Morgan's going to lose a number this week. Sorry, Morgan. Love ya. She's going to lose a number this week is what it's looking like. Because I genuinely was like, either Keanu's going to win the blockbuster, or at that point, Keanu potentially had the votes to stay because initially me and Mickey and Rachel and a couple others were going to keep Keanu. Yep. That was like the OG plan. And so I'm like, you know what? This is an opening to work with Morgan. Like, if I can get Morgan on my side, I'll have one of her numbers, whichever one stays. And also, I can have Morgan as a number moving forward. Because at this point, I don't trust Mickey. After how Mickey's HOH went, how she moved, like how she literally barely included me in, the discussions on who to put up. Obviously, we did have discussions on who to put up. And now you're saying she did kind of listen. At the end of the day, she didn't listen to me. She went off and did her own thing. So I'm like, okay, I'm not a valuable ally to her. Morgan and Mickey are obviously closer than me and Mickey. And so I was like, maybe if I start working with Morgan, you know what I'm saying? And maybe Morgan's a better number for me moving forward because Morgan also will have one of the boys. I can have protection from Morgan and one of the boys, whichever stays. So I remember when I talked to Morgan, my goal was to make her feel as comfortable with me as possible because I was like, I think I can move forward and work with Morgan, even though we had been at odds, obviously, as you guys saw, most of the game at that point. I saw it as an opening and a window. And I went back and forth between Zach and Vinny. And I remember at that point, I believe during this conversation, I was wanting to keep Zach. I think I'm like trying to remember.
So you initially wanted to keep Vince and that you wanted Zach to go. But then you did change your mind. You started to change your mind. And I think the conversation, I think you were saying you were genuinely 50-50 by the time you talked to Zach.
Yes. Okay. That sounds right. Okay. So I was 50-50, but I think in this conversation I'm having with Zach and Morgan, I'm like, is Zach more workable? Like, could this be a thing? Could we have a trio? And then could I have Lauren as a number? Because me and Lauren have also been at odds and not been working together, but Zach and Lauren are close. And so I remember teeter-tottering over because I'm like, does Zach have more numbers than Vinny? Like, because Zach and Lauren were starting to gain a romantic connection that week that he was on the block. And so I'm like, ooh, now she might have an emotional connection with Zach, which could make Zach more of a better ally than Vince because theirs seems more game related. And so I remember the conversation. I was like, you know what? Maybe keeping Zach could be better for my game because if him and Lauren are starting to canoodle, that is an emotional connection, and people always go off emotional connections rather than game, especially men. And I'm like, you know what? I could have Lauren, and if me and Morgan are close, and have Morgan, and if me and Morgan are good, she'll control Zach. So I was like, you know what? Maybe this could be something. But I was always 50-50 because I felt like after Ava's speech, Vinny was always going to be a target in the house, which I still was a mini target in the house. So I was like, if he's here, maybe that's better for me. If I'm sitting next to him at this point, I might not go home at that point specifically. Because I remember during Mickey's HOH, Riley started not trusting Vince. And he had told me sitting down, should he suggest Jimmy and Vince to go up on the block as a renom, because he was doing anything to try to keep his baby Catherine off that block. And so, yeah, I remember in that conversation just thinking, I need Morgan to trust me. I need to spill whatever tea Zach has given me and imply without outwardly saying it, just kind of plant little seeds about Zach and my one-on-one with Morgan. So that way it brings doubt with Zach and brings Morgan closer to me, which obviously it did work. And after that, me and Morgan had a great relationship. I mean, literally, and she realized the talkative rumor was just a rumor, obviously. And no information she ever said ever got out again, because at that point, obviously in the beginning of the game, I was being messy on purpose because I'm like, I have nothing to lose. At that point, I didn't see it as that, at least. I was like, I'm already a target in the house. If I can at least cause some discourse with these people and, get them broken up, then I have an opening. And so that's why if you saw the first half of the game, I played a lot more messy than the second half, just because by the middle of the game, I started being okay. I started having my allies and being okay. People weren't looking at me as much. But the beginning of the game, obviously, every week people were looking at me. So I'm like, I have nothing. I just saw it as I have nothing to lose but to try to cause drama with these people and have discourse and, cut their allies.
I think that's a great mindset. I want to impress it upon the audience, just how difficult it is to get out of the situation you were in. We talk about this a lot with Taylor, obviously, because she's the epitome of it. But to be a week one nominee is really, really tough, especially if you're a week one target. And very few week one nominees have gone on to win the game. Steve Moses, one of them. Taylor, one of them. They're the only two in the US. Now you. And so, it's a very difficult thing to climb out of that. And you really do kind of have to play for broke. And a lot of players do, and they're just not good at it. A lot of players just lie down and hope to get carried as far as they can and find themselves completely out of runway. You manage to strike that balance. And it did get you in trouble sometimes. Yeah. You always manage to get yourself out of it. Yeah. And so it's at this point, and heading into next week, which we'll talk about in detail, that you really start to come into your own in terms of the power you have in it. And it starts with this connection with Morgan. And there's some good stuff here. Yes. So, you did try to warn Zach that he wasn't safe.
I did.
You didn't know at the time that he could have done something about it. You're literally one of the last conversations he has before he goes to decide in the diary room.
Oh, yeah.
He still chooses not to.
Stop.
You literally said it's 50-50, Zach. And he went in and said, I'm good. I'm not going to use it.
Stop.
And then afterward, he talks to Mickey and he's like, do I have the votes? And she's like, I don't think so. And he cries.
Oh my gosh. Wait, so when was the last point that he could use the power?
I believe he had to choose in the diary room. Or, I mean, theoretically, he could have said it in the ceremony, maybe. But I think he went in and told them, I'm not using it.
Okay, before the renom.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And he had all of that time and still didn't. Gosh. What
he said afterward, both to Morgan and to us interviewers, that he did it to keep Morgan off the block, to protect Morgan.
Oh, so that's true. He really.
That's what he said. Part of we suspected that he was really, because he was really pissed at Ava, that the fact that he would have had to give the 10K to Ava if he used it might have been a part of it.
I think that's. I could see that he hated Ava after that moment. After he put her up, he complained nonstop to me about Ava. So I believe it was more of that than Morgan, because at the time he was planting seeds about Morgan, even to me. He said Morgan's playing really hard, and all of those things. And so, and he would have chosen Lauren over Morgan as well. So I think it was more about Ava.
And you mentioned Lauren because you were all confused about Lauren's vote. Lauren was always voting for Vinny. Never once considered voting for Zach. She was locked in with Vinny. She was not with Zach.
No way. Oh my gosh. I genuinely thought she wanted to keep Zach.
No. Yeah.
Wow.
They really were the secret duo, even though they weren't that secret, of the game. Because even though people clocked it, they really thought that she'd be closer with Zach, and she just wasn't.
Oh my gosh.
And now you understand why she was even more betrayed by.
Oh, now I get it. Oh my
yeah.
gosh, she should be betrayed. Oh my gosh, wow. Okay.
A couple other things happen here. Rachel tries to expose the heavy hitters to Kelly and Keanu to try to turn them on Vince. It doesn't work. Keanu goes to Vince with it. Vince then goes to Mickey. Mickey's now even more pissed at Rachel. However, Zach actually does get the votes to stay briefly when he tells Morgan about his power. He tells her, I had this power. I didn't use it to protect you. She's like, oh my God. Like, I can't send this man home. She encourages him to tell Mickey about the power. He does. And then Mickey's like, wow. We should send him home. Mickey had a couple of reasons. One, she didn't like the fact that he had the power. It's a bad thing that he has this power for Mickey. And number two, Rachel's gunning for Vince. Rachel's not gunning for Zach. And Rachel is now her next target. And so she wants to keep Vinny in the game so that Rachel will target him. And she literally, and you know this, she does one-on-ones with people on the final day of her HOH to prep everyone to target Rachel in the next week.
Yep.
Wild.
And I remember Vinny goes, I have a ticket in line for Mickey's line or whatever. On Ava's HOH, I was like, bingo.
I literally just called it her HOH, but yes, it was Ava's HOH.
Literally it was Mickey's HOH basically, damn near, which thank God, I guess, because otherwise I would have gone on the block and probably gone home. I don't remember what the veto was that week. I don't know how good I would have been at Skeeter Ball, but considering how I did in White Locust, not very good at the Skeeter Ball thing. So actually, you know what though? I did do good on the double eviction ball thing. So I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, but all I know is I would have been in trouble if I was on that block. So
yeah. So Zach ends up evicted 8-2. Rachel does lie about her vote here.
I knew she was lying. Oh my gosh. Her face. Oh my gosh. I was like, Rachel, why is she lying to me? And that was when I had like a tussle back and forth in my head about Rachel, because there were things that I knew she was lying about, that she would lie. And I'm like, Rach, like.
There was one thing. I don't know if, I think you might have known a little bit about this. Keanu, last day, the day of the eviction, was planning to throw the blockbuster.
Keanu was planning on throwing the blockbuster?
He was planning to throw the blockbuster in order to protect his bros, Zach and Vinny. Specifically to protect his bros, Vince, so that they could take out Zach. And Rachel had to beg him, please do not do that. And he was like, Rachel, you don't understand strategy. And she was like, if you do that, you will go home.
Yeah, he was
And so we went into that night not knowing if he was going to throw. She was like, how would you even know who to throw it to? And he's like, I'll stand at the buzzer and wait. And so he walked casually up to the buzzer and we're like, oh my God, is he going to throw this?
Stop.
But he didn't.
Oh, Keanu. Oh, Keanu. At least though, I feel better that he's watching the show back and realizing how wrong he is. So he is watching it back and he's like, oopsies.
The amount of times I thought I was going to do an interview with that man and to explain to him, and then he kept surviving.
And then he just kept winning, which is good for him.
Okay, so we get to week 6. Rachel wins HOH, and I have a little montage. This is one of the longer clips I have, but it's some of your best work in my opinion.
Oh, great!
I'm sorry to the audio listeners. I have subtitles here. This is you pitching Riley to Rachel the night she wins HOH.
We all know who he goes home next to. Wait, who does Riley go home next to? Catherine? No, she goes home. Morgan. Vinny will never go to Vince Morgan.
The Prophet.
Morgan and Vince are like pressuring Lauren to use the veto. Are you sure? Yes, I'm positive. And now Lauren's going to use the veto. I have to put a burrito on. And it's 1 o'clock and everyone's asleep.
Do you think she would be upset with me?
No. I think she feels in her gut she wants to use it. Here's the question. If Vince leaves, does that hurt your game? I mean, I think it could. Then that's your decision.
I love the veto.
To me, that's your answer of what you have to do. I think I should use it. If that's what your gut is telling you, that's what you have to do. Honestly, if I'm gonna do it, I'm just gonna fucking blow the house up.
Do you think anybody else would think of it in a bad way if I used it?
No. I think most people thought you might. That's your decision. Stand on it, girl.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
It's Big Brother.
Oh, you just send me this.
You're gonna blow up.
I just know I have to say whatever I have to say so that the right person goes up. Because she asked for my opinion.
Yeah, that'd be the only person that you could do in this house.
I gave an opinion, and she might do it.
Rachel, since I have just vetoed one of your nominations for eviction, you will have to name a new house guest as a replacement nominee.
Riley, take a seat.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm shocked.
But we need Riley to go home. Respectfully.
Yeah, no.
They will control the vote every week. So you're not gonna
So this is the discussion about the
One of my main moves was when Zach left week 5, I saw an opening with Morgan and Vinny to attach myself to.
But the thing about Morgan, she's more valuable now when outside, which means we give Vince. I'm so confused about Vince.
Oh, you have to send me this clip. I have to post it.
They are. But he's not powerful.
No.
I realize he's not calling any of the shots at all. Morgan's his number one. Yeah. And he listens to everything she says.
We only need 4 after this week.
I know.
That's the point. I was sleeping on it and I was like,
Oh my
I was
God.
trying to find a reason that's game related.
Definitely at Rachel. That's 5.
Definitely have Rachel. Yeah, 100% agree.
That's 5 strong.
I know.
We gotta think about this.
I know. I heard my mom's voice. I had a train.
Me, you, Morgan, Rachel, Vince. Could legitimately pick them all.
I know. So as long as Morgan's here, we're fine with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which that's huge.
We need to talk to Rachel.
The judges stemmed from me being able to convince Rachel why Morgan was a valuable asset in the game. Rachel did not want to keep Morgan that week.
The person I know you just blew up with her, but I know Morgan's noms and you're not in them.
I don't know, or we could be the judges because we decide who goes home.
That's savage.
I like that.
That's savage, Morgan. Oh my God.
Wait.
Do we like that, America?
Morgan, you are safe. Riley, you are evicted from the Big Brother house.
I didn't realize how Dang. Me trying to find a tear. Couldn't find one. Everyone's crying. I'm just there. Oh my gosh, that was Oh, you have to send me that clip. Oh, I have to post that for all the haters.
Right? I spent a lot of time making.
Oh my gosh!
I have a whole. There's a whole 16-minute or 17-minute long thing that I've made.
This is how they could have shown me on the show, but yet they didn't. It took
Yes.
you know what I'm saying? You're not even a professional editor, and you figured out how to get my edit right. Production, step up.
Yeah. So just to explain what was in that clip for people that were maybe listening, I apologize again, but watch the video. It's very good stuff. So you initially pitch Riley. Riley is your target, and you somehow see the vision before anybody else, audience included. The only way to take Riley out is on the block against Morgan. Of course, she doesn't take your advice. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Then the veto happens. You secretly encourage Lauren to use it while Rachel complains that Lauren's going to use it. You're like, man, nothing can be done. And encourage Rachel, again, continuing to push the idea that Riley needs to go and that he's the only option for the renom. She makes the renom. And you then also have the vision, and you say this in your speech, and I don't think people believed it, but it's there on the feeds. You say, now that Zach is gone, Morgan is more valuable to us. You say, with Riley gone, if Riley leaves, Morgan will win HOHs again, or start to win HOHs, which is good for us.
Yeah.
Vinny does everything Morgan tells him to. You knew this before we did. And if we keep Morgan, then we have Vinny. So we're good on that.
Yeah.
You introduced the idea of this, let's bring these people together. Let's keep Morgan in the game. Let's take out Riley. And it all comes together and it happens. We'll go over some of the details, but I mean, this is excellent work, in my opinion.
Ooh, thank you. I'm watching it back. I'm now this is the edit I thought I would get. Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm getting this terrible edit. But no, I remember all of those things I remember vividly, just because those were some of my like trinkets of things that I was like carrying with me throughout the game. Because obviously you're thinking about, okay, if I make it to the end, you know, what are some things that I've done? And I remember that specifically. Like, I remember kind of puppeteering Morgan and Will in the sense where Morgan told me information about Will that had to do with Mickey. And I ran it right back to Will and was like, did you know that Mickey said this to turn Will against Mickey? Because I knew there was no way in hell Will was ever going to turn against Mickey unless he had concrete information. And I knew that even though Will trusted me, hearing it from me is one thing, but hearing it straight from the source was another. And I know Morgan did not want to tell Will. She was like, I don't want to tell him. I'm scared, whatever. And I remember pushing her, like, you need to tell Will, like holding her hand through it. And then she tells Will. And then that's when everything blows up. And as you see, all of these conversations start the next week. But yeah, I just remember Zach leaving. I was like, wait, this is amazing for my game. Not only is Vinny a huge target in the house and he'll go on the block week after week, which he literally went on the block immediately that week after that on Rachel's HOH. But I also was like, you know, I can now have control over Vinny, because now that Morgan's starting to trust me and I'm building trust with Morgan's going to make sure Vinny gets in line on the Ashley train. Like, I saw that Morgan was running. I think you even showed clips of me like week 2 being like, Vinny's not the power player, it's Morgan. And so I knew if I had Morgan on my side, I would always have Vinny. Like, even if me and Vinny don't like each other, he is going to do whatever Morgan tells him to do. And
genuinely the soul read of the season. Like just read him down. Like, you knew exactly who he was, and exactly like nobody saw that coming. Like, nobody outside of the house saw that coming, and you saw it coming.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, that I didn't know. I didn't know that.
We saw it coming eventually, but like not at the time that you did. And what I will tell you is the journey to get there is maybe a little rockier than you might think. But you were right on the end.
Yeah, I was right in the end. But I felt like, you know, my gut's telling me he's going to do whatever Morgan wants him to do. Morgan's probably one of the prettiest girls he's probably ever been around in his life. And, you know, Kelsey's very beautiful, though. Don't get me wrong. Kelsey's very beautiful. But clearly this man is coming into this house seeking something else, because the way that they were acting, I peeped it starting like, was it end of week 4 going into week 5? I peeped the relationship between Morgan and Vinny, because I felt that Lauren and Zach's relationship started to bloom. And so Morgan started turning elsewhere, and it was to Vinny. They started having longer talks. They started hanging out on the hammock. And so I noticed all of these things happening, and I'm like, okay, Vinny definitely has a crush on Morgan. Like, so if Vinny has a crush, men think with their emotions, not strategic. Typically in life, men are the more, you know what I mean? They think with their other thing, you know, not their brain. And so I'm like, okay.
I have a shirt from Tiffany that says that.
Wait, really?
Yeah, she gave it to me.
That's hilarious. Oh, I love Tiffany, by the way. But yeah, I just saw all that happening. And so I was like, you know, this is an opening. Not only did I really want Morgan to stay, but I was also to the point where I was like, if Morgan sticks to Mickey, Morgan is more valuable to keep. 2 is better than 1. And they are a duo. They're a strong duo. And not only that, they're a shield for all the other duos, which were at the time Will and Ava, me and Rachel. So I was like, not only do they have the shield thing going on, but we can also have control on Vinny. Vinny has an ear for Keanu. So I'm like, ooh, not only will we get Morgan and Vinny, but we'll also know information about Keanu if Keanu's, you know what I'm saying? Because Keanu and Vince at the time were also kind of this duo. And so I started seeing, I'm like, wait, there is value in this happening. And then that's when I was like, this video needs to be used. I don't care who it's used on. If it's used on Vince, even better, because if it's used on Vince, Morgan has to stay. Because Vince is only valuable in this game with Morgan here. If it's Morgan, Mickey, sorry, Mickey, but Mickey's got to go. Because then I have Vince, Lauren, Keanu, all people I have no control, no ear, no nothing, no connection, no relationship with. And so that was when I was like, if I can get this veto used, I realized very quickly the veto was only going to be used on Vince. It was quite obvious. Lauren was never going to use the veto on Morgan and Mickey. So I'm like, if this veto is used, it's going to force Rachel's hand to put up a bigger target. And not only can we hopefully keep Morgan safe, but maybe Mickey too. Because at the time, although me and Mickey were at odds, I still saw her as a number in this game. And our numbers were, like you said in the game, it was teeter-tottering. It could have gone either which way between this side and this side of the house. And so I was like, you know what? This is a chance to get a strong head out on the other game. The numbers were going down. It was only 4 votes to stay. Catherine and Riley will control who stays and who goes. Week after week after that, with only 4 and then 3, like that is so bad. And so I remember being like, they gotta go. I gotta do what I gotta do. Sorry, Rachel, you don't want this video to be used. This video gotta get used.
Lauren was trying to solidify that group as well at that time. Like I was like, I'm sorry, everyone, but Riley might be about to become the front runner.
Yes.
And people were like, that can't be true. And it was like, I'm sorry, but like, yeah, look at what's happening. Keanu was devoted to Riley more than he's devoted to Vince. And he's got Lauren and he's got Kelly devoted to him more than she is to Vince, because she's not even devoted to Vince anymore.
Right.
And he has this whole army, and it felt impossible to even take him out. And you managed to find the vent on the Death Star, and it was tricky. Okay, so let's talk through some of the details. The nominations happen. You're not happy about the nominations because you wanted Riley on the block. We've talked about some of your greatest moments. We now must talk about the toilet paper.
Oh my gosh!
I was watching this.
I'm praying they don't include this, but I figured it probably would because it was such, like, me and Rachel were gagged when that happened. Like, we had a 40-minute plus conversation. Like, I don't think it filled the full time. 40+ minute conversation, and neither of us noticed that. Neither of us noticed it.
I was live on Twitch watching the feeds to my audience, and while this happened, and I was like, "What is that? Is that?" I lost my mind.
I cannot believe it. Okay, I am a germaphobe, as you probably heard throughout the house, and so I put toilet paper down on the toilet, like lots of it, before I sit down on the toilet. Whether I eat anything,
Well, it happens a couple more times.
No, it happened multiple times. It happened multiple times because I'm telling you, I refuse to sit on that dirty toilet. And there was no wipes in the room to like clean the toilet. And I'm like, I'm not going to squat in a house where I have to be in every single day. That's something you do at like, if you go to the grocery store bathroom or whatever, you know what I mean? But every day squatting like 5 times a day is just ridiculous at that point. And so, yeah, I would put toilet paper down. And I guess every time I got up, it would just like, so just to clarify, everyone, it was a toilet paper. I sat on the toilet, not toilet paper I wiped with, just to be clear.
So Rachel, of course, does nominate Morgan, Mickey, and Vinny. Again, you're not a fan of this. You try to talk Rachel out of it. You try to talk Rachel into changing her mind, which she does seem open to, although she does get annoyed with you with how much you're pushing. And Ava complains to her about you as well, which doesn't help. And in the meantime, Morgan is convinced that Lauren ratted her out to Rachel. She eventually comes to the conclusion that didn't happen, but she's ranting to Vinny about it. And this is important for you to know, because Vinny will say, and he does often, like, why couldn't they just get on the same page? You know, like it should be. Because he never made the smallest attempt. Morgan would rant to him about Lauren. He's like, yeah, you're right. She does kind of suck, doesn't she? Yeah. And then Morgan would rant about Lauren. He'd be like, yeah, she does. Like, and it's just like, look, what are you? And Lauren would be like, Morgan has to go, Vince. And he'd be like, I know she does. And it's like, that's not how you get two people to work with each other. And then after all of it, he's like, when push comes to shove and it's like, do it. He's like, oh, but I don't want to. She's not coming for you.
He was so silly, and that was a point towards the end of the game I started pushing on to Morgan. I was like, listen, everybody knows that you guys want to get along. So Vinny saying that, don't believe him. Don't believe him, because if everybody else knows, he knows, which means he likes it. He likes that you guys don't get along. Why do you think that is, Morgan? Oh, because he wants to take Lauren to the end. Like, I definitely dug my nails into that, because I knew that Vinny knew that they didn't like each other, because Ava basically had told me that Lauren didn't like Morgan, you know? So he was silly. I think he liked that those girls were going at it, though, because I think it made him, you know what I'm saying? Like, one, it made him feel good as a man. 2, he's like, okay, I'll never be a target. You know what I'm saying? If these two are going after each other, granted, it didn't make sense for the game at the same time.
It's a trap that some players do fall into. They think that if 2 people are fighting over them, it puts them in a good position, but it actually does the opposite, because you want to keep those 2 people around for as long as possible.
Yes, that's why it confused me. Because I'm like, really? It's great for a game if they're both here. There are a number for you to stay anytime you touch the block. But he just didn't seem, I don't understand. To be a super fan, there were some moves in his game, especially towards the second half of the game, that I just truly didn't understand, because he played a great first few weeks. He really did. I give him his flowers on that. He really positioned himself quite well in the house. He had protection from Kelly, Keanu, Morgan, Lauren. Like, I mean, he was gardening, that's for sure. And it just all went downhill. I just started not understanding his strategies, honestly, quite frankly. But
yeah.
better than me.
So Lauren does hold the veto. She wins the veto. She's actually pretty reluctant to use it at first. She actually basically tells Vince no. But he keeps pushing, and there's a very funny situation that happens where Keanu is involved because Rachel's trying to get, like, Rachel's like, Keanu, she can't use the veto. And Keanu's like, I know. I'm down for that. He tries to convince Lauren to not use it. He tells Lauren, just think for yourself. Don't let anybody look out for the people that tell you to do what you want, and don't try to push an agenda. And then he goes to Vince and he says, I told her to look out for the people that don't push an agenda. So don't push an agenda with her. Tell her to do what she wants. And then
he's so silly.
And then Vince says, yeah, so Keanu's trying to get me to do this thing. She's like, I knew he was being weird. And so that did not help. But ultimately he starts to wear Lauren down. You get in there, start pushing. Weirdly, Riley is one of the only, basically nobody in this house wants the veto to be used except for Vince, you, and Riley.
Interesting.
Catherine's trying to tell her no, but Riley's like, nah, you do it. Just do it.
Who did he think was going to go up instead?
Kelly.
Oh my gosh, he's so silly. And
for as much as Kelly was devoted to him, he also didn't like Kelly. He goes off on a rant about you, Kelly, and Keanu, and how he's going to take all of you out.
Oh, that I believe. Yes, that I believe.
Yeah,
I saw right through it. The Kelly thing, especially. I felt like I knew verbally he didn't really like Keanu because he said that all around the house, as you probably saw many times. As far as game wise, he did not want to work with him. But Kelly would just, I don't want to say she had a crush on Riley. But I mean, there was one time she changed in her thong in front of him, and I know
you guys talked about it a lot.
What is going on? I don't know what is going on. So yeah.
Actually, one of their worst fights was because he was mad at Catherine for talking to you. That she shouldn't be wasting her time or associating herself with people like you or Keanu or yeah.
Stop! That's so funny. Oh my gosh. Riley's
Morgan has a.
But now I'm glad I pushed for him to get out. Bye-bye.
Morgan has a very funny pitch to Lauren. I don't know if you've heard about this yet. She tells Lauren during the day, "Hey, I want to talk to you later tonight. And bring some tissues and stuff, maybe some ice cream because you got to get ready to cry." And Lauren's like, "Okay." And so she brings her up in the boxing gym, and she's like, "So, I have something I need to tell you.
Uh-oh.
It's really emotional. It's really hard. Zach had a power. He could have saved himself, and he chose not to protect me, to protect us. And Lauren, she's like she's like, it's really sad, right? And Lauren's just like,
she's confused now.
Lauren has like no idea how to react. She doesn't think it's true. She ends up telling Vinny later. Or no, she doesn't end up telling Morgan tells Vinny later.
Okay.
And it's very funny. She was never going to use it on Morgan. She was always only ever going to use it on Vince.
Yeah, never. I don't even think Lauren ever liked Morgan, to be honest. That's the vibe I got very early on.
They were kind of pitted against each other.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, literally, fair enough. Yeah, I was like, Lauren does not trust Morgan. I could see right through that. I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Lauren goes back to Rachel and says, I might use it now. Rachel's like, don't. She finds both Morgan and Vinny talking to Lauren in the storage room. She goes off on them. They're pressuring her. She talks to you. That's the clip we saw. You do a little bit of two-facing. Oh man, yeah, I don't think there's anything going to be done. I think your gut's telling her to do it. Hey, Lauren, do it. Trust your gut. Think about it. Would it hurt your game if Vinny left? Yes. Then that's what your gut's telling you.
Me like spoon feeding her exactly.
She does. Rachel does tell Keanu that Riley might go up if the veto is used. She does tell Lauren Riley will go up if the veto is used. There's a whole bunch of morning shenanigans where I don't. The episode doesn't even do this justice. Where Lauren is trying to tell Rachel she's going to use it, and Rachel's pushing back hard.
Oh,
like, I really want to work with you, Lauren, but if you do this, then we can't work together. And Lauren's like, oh. And at one point, Lauren's like, because they're getting ready for the ceremony, and Lauren's like, I don't have my moisturizer. I'll be. And Rachel's like, I have some right here. And she's like, no, I just need to go. I'll be right back. And she runs out of the room. She runs downstairs to Vinny. Vinny, I don't know what to do. She's saying she's gonna put up Riley, and I don't know. And Vinny's like, she's bluffing. She's bluffing. She's not gonna really be mad at you. She's not gonna do that. And she's like, I don't know what to do. Oh my God, I hear her. She's coming. We need to leave. She comes back, and then I swear to you, she stands there and says, okay, so 5 minutes.
Stop.
I'm telling you, it was like 5 minutes. Finally, like, so I think I'm gonna use it. And she's like, that's a mistake.
Oh my gosh. I love Lauren as a person. But casting wise, I genuinely was question marked the entire game. I was like, how? When?
I have asked the same question. She seems for the most part like a sweetheart, but
a sweetest girl.
Yeah.
Sweetest girl. Everything else, question mark, question mark. I mean, she could not make a decision to save her life. She only made decisions off of other people. To be so good at competitions, she never knew moves to make. Like she wasted HOHs, in my opinion, I'm sorry, on bad moves, got easily influenced by people. I'm sorry, taking Will out, like I didn't really understand that, but I also felt like, you know, maybe she wanted to get closer to Ava was my thought. So I was like, maybe she didn't care that Will left because that means that she
she really wanted Keanu or Morgan. Well, I mean, we'll talk about it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I really did feel like she wanted Morgan out. I felt like that was her number one target, and I felt like my gut told me Keanu was her number two, because if she took Morgan out, she could be the closest with Vince. But I don't know why she didn't stack the block in the first place. You should stack the block so that way, no matter what, somebody strong is going home. She knew I tried to plant the seed about Ava about Vince and Morgan wanting to put her, you know, trying to get her up on Keanu's HOH to try to get some distrust with her and Vinny, and it just didn't. She just loved her some Vinny. What can I say? Vinny had some effect on these women.
Will called him a pimp in the jury house.
Sounds right. Sounds right.
So, Riley goes up on the block. Keanu is pissed. He is so upset with Rachel because they've been really bonding during her HOH. Kelly is pissed that she didn't go on the block instead. And Riley and Catherine, of course, pissed. There's a whole big drama about, did Lauren know that Riley was the renom? She's claiming she didn't, but she did. Right. She eventually, I don't know if you know this, she eventually admits it to Catherine and Riley, who were like upset, but didn't blame her too much at the end of the day. Okay. And so, so here's the thing. The votes were not there. And you kind of knew this because you were informed by Will that Ava was not there. Ava was a vote for Ava. Loved Riley. Loved Riley. And was absolutely a vote for Riley to stay.
Yes.
Vince was at one point also a vote for Riley to stay, seemingly.
Even over Morgan.
Even over, that's what it seemed like. We'll talk about some of the specifics. And then also, and you eventually found this out, Mickey herself was looking real iffy about the vote. Because she also loved Riley. And she wanted Riley to go after Rachel for them. For her. So I guarantee you this vote would not have gone through without the judges being created. Not even close. Even with the judges being created, we didn't think it was going to happen. So we showed this. You talked to Will. You both split up. You talked to Rachel. He talked to Morgan. Morgan brings in Vinny. You make the judges. This gives Vince extra incentive to keep Morgan, which he needed because he was promising the world, as he does,
Yes, he does.
To Riley that he was going to vote to keep him. The thing you have to remember is he was more loyal to Lauren than he was to Morgan, at least at this time. I mean, really in general. He wanted, like, he was theoretically more loyal to Lauren than he was to Morgan.
Okay.
I think strategically.
Yeah.
But then the heart felt differently.
The heart felt differently.
So he didn't want to betray Lauren and take out Riley. They were talking about creating a whole side with Riley and everything. So he was really unsure about what to do with the vote. He talks to Ava about it, and they were both really undecided. Rachel and Will and you start pushing hard. Rachel and Will in particular have more sway with Ava. And Ava basically tells Will, I would not even consider this if not for you. If I vote for Riley to go, it's only because of you. Yep. And Vince tries to warn Lauren, like, hey, I might have to keep Morgan. And she's like, that's a really bad idea, Vince. And so and Vince is actually kind of annoyed with Morgan because of this whole judges situation. He's like, I don't want to work with these people.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, this is good. I'm telling you. She tells him about Zach's power. He doesn't believe it. And he's just praying that Riley wins the blockbuster so that he doesn't have to make a decision. Okay. But even as much as, so he talks to Ava and they go back and forth for hours about what they're going to do with this vote, because the two of them together seemingly swing this vote. But remember, to us, Mickey's not even locked in for this vote. Right. So we don't even know that that's going to matter. They decide, all right, you know what? We can't make a decision. It's too close. Let's just make a gut call after the blockbuster happens if we need to make the decision.
Oh.
They were not even decided. And it seemed as though the morning of, Vince was starting to lean more in the direction toward Riley. He even went as far as to go to Morgan and say, Morgan, if I were to vote you out, would we still be friends? And she was like, well, yeah. I mean, not if you did it tonight, like blindsided me, but.
Oh, so she thought he was talking about the future. Oh
yep. And maybe it was because of that. Who knows? But of course, he does end up voting for Riley to go, as does Ava. They both make that call seemingly in the moment. Mickey also pulls through. And so we were convinced this was not going to happen because it required Mickey to win the blockbuster because Mickey would go home over Riley for sure.
Yeah.
Then it would require Mickey to actually pull through with the vote, which we weren't sure she would. Right. And then it would also require both Ava and Vince to come through and vote out Riley. It seemed impossible. And Ava got into that diary room to cast her vote and started to mouth the word Morgan.
Stop.
I'm going to show you. This is me reacting in real time. I don't have the video of the vote, but this is me reacting to Ava in the diary room. As she starts to say Morgan, then falters and says Riley. Fucking go, dude.
That is so...
Oh my God, no way.
Okay, that's like my reaction when the votes went through and they were like, Riley's evicted. I was like, oh my gosh, thank you, Jesus.
It was actually an unbelievable set of circumstances. And everyone was like cheering. Like everyone was out of their seats. This was an incredible moment.
My gosh. I love that. I love that. And that's exactly how I felt when they said, because they first said Morgan and I was like, no, who flipped? And I honestly, 100%, I thought it was going to be Vinny who flipped, just because Vinny was very like, I just didn't trust. Like I said, I never trusted him the whole game. And his face, like, he just looked like he was in pain. I was like, oh, did he vote to evict Morgan? Like, but he was in pain because he was really thinking about it, I guess.
Yeah, and he had been promising Keanu and Riley and Catherine, all of them, right up until it happened, because that's what he does. So Riley leaves 5-4. You guys get up on the wall. Morgan's been talking about the wall comp all season.
I know, the whole season and swap. And seconds after me falls.
Doesn't pan out super well. Also doesn't pan out for you. You hurt yourself on the dismount.
Oh, wait. Me?
Was that you?
Morgan.
Morgan also hurt herself. I thought you also hurt yourself.
Oh, I hurt myself the HOH.
The other one.
That's the one I hurt myself on. Bad, actually bad. I almost had a concussion.
Right. So either way, you did pretty well on the wall, but it comes down to Vince and Catherine. She refuses to make a deal with him, even though he's clearly going to win.
Yeah.
And Vince is the new HOH. Definitely needed it.
Yep. Definitely needed it. Catherine was going to put him up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Who were her noms actually that week? I assume Vince.
If Catherine had won that, it likely would have been Vinny. You probably would have been up there, and maybe Rachel.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Is my guess.
Maybe Mickey.
Maybe Morgan.
Maybe Morgan. Yeah.
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 That'd be my guess.
That adds up. That tracks. Okay.
So and what I will say is Lauren would have been in her ear to say no to Vinny. So maybe that would have
helped.
You know, who knows? Yeah. But certainly he couldn't take that risk. He wants to target Mickey here. Keanu's pressing him hard though to nominate you and Rachel. This comes sort of out of nowhere because again, he'd been working closely with Rachel, but he was pissed about Riley. The show kind of tries to edit it to be like out of nowhere, he realizes that Rachel will win in a final 2 and therefore he needs to turn on her.
Yeah.
But like the more obvious reason would be she just put up Riley, who he thought was his number 1. And despite her trying to tell him Riley was not your friend, he won't believe it. He's like, he just won't believe it. What's funny is Vinny then uses that, and you know this, he uses that as a reason to Keanu right before he makes the vote. And then afterward, like Riley really was coming for you. And when Vince says it, he's like, wow, is it true?
Oh, wow. I had been telling him all week. So did Rachel. And oh my gosh, he would not listen. He would not listen. I told him multiple times that Riley was coming for him. And because I was trying to not sway his vote, but I was like, you know, maybe if there's a potential I could flip Keanu, then Morgan for sure stays. And he just didn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. Everybody could tell him on God's green earth that what was happening, and he would not believe it. Vince, I don't know. Vince had just some effect on Keanu and Lauren specifically. I don't know. Like, it's very strange.
Yeah. So he does promise Catherine. He promises Keanu he's going to put you up. He's going to do these things right up until the ceremony where he doesn't. And so they're upset again. And Morgan is like, Vince, you can't go against we're an alliance. Mm-hmm. We're an alliance. Mm-hmm. And he's just hoping, as he always does, promising everyone everything, hoping that he hits like the half-court shot.
Yeah.
That like, if I just land the Mickey target without having to do anything else, nobody has to know where my cards are. And of course, this doesn't work because Mickey wins the veto. Right. You later point out to Keanu that it was bad strategy to not pick her. Yes. And give her a bye round, and he says, "She doesn't know anything." Vince.
I don't know anything, and you know, yep.
It's the fact that he always turns to Vince to say it that really is the biggest trigger.
It's the hilarious part, and Vince just sits there. He's back.
This is when you tell the cameras that you studied Elle Woods, and I would say. By this point, we were talking about you as a strategic player. I think early on, I called you one of the best strategic players in the house because you just had the right reads. But you were struggling socially. That you just, you know, like, you know.
I know. Yeah.
And I think it's at this point, because even I was not clocking like all of the things that you were doing. And let me tell you, it was a tough season to track. There was no set structure. It was so messy.
Yes.
But it was at this point that people really started to be like, oh,
it's clicking. Yeah.
Okay. Studied Elle Woods. Ashley. And you certainly had lots of fans before that as well. But I think it started to go mainstream in the feed community, at least at around this time.
Okay.
Because it was good cam talk. Good stuff.
Thanks. I just remember I was venting because I was literally like, I don't remember who I was even talking to. I just remember being like, it was so painful to play dumb that whole conversation. Whatever conversation was right before was like paining me. Like deep in my soul, I was like in pain trying to pretend this act. I remember I just go to my room and I sit down like, it is exhausting to play dumb. Like I genuinely just had to rant because obviously I couldn't rant to anyone in the house about it, but I was just exhausted. Like it was exhausting also having people talk down on me to my face, quite literally. Keanu was one, Mickey was one, you know, I mean, they would just literally to my face. It's one thing people do it behind your back, but it was quite literally to my face. I don't know what's going on. I don't know anything, I'm wrong about this and this and this. I'm just like, because I said I'd come into the game and I'd be fine with ego stroking because I do that in my career. You know, I work with a lot of, you know, power attorneys or partners who think they know, you know, this, and this. And you kind of have to, you know, obviously when you're not in a top position, I was an associate at a law firm, you know, I was like 1 year there. You know what I'm saying? Like I was low on the totem pole as far as things go. And you have to agree with things, even when someone else is wrong, you got to agree and you got to be like, yes. And so I knew coming in, I could do that and I was capable of doing that. But having to do that for weeks and weeks and weeks was exhausting. And so I'm glad I did that though, that it aired. I never thought it'd be aired. I just was like,
well, not on the show.
Oh,
just on the feeds.
Makes sense. Of course they didn't air the show.
You did just say one of your catchphrases. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? I heard Keanu like made a joke about how.
Oh yeah, Keanu didn't like it.
Yeah.
There's some people that don't like it. It's I thought it was funny. I think it's
funny. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, and I would always do him because my goal was to be slightly annoying in the house. Just enough. You can't be too annoying like a Kelly, and then everyone will evict you. But if you're just the right amount of annoying, then it's like, okay, you have a mini target. And I think I talked about that in my speech. And that was something that really worked to my benefit towards the end of the game, especially next to players like Will, who are extremely likable. And I remember part of my pitch was that, you know, Will will never have a target. People don't like me. You know, I remember like saying that and like trying to rely on that. Like people don't really like me that much, you know, like I'm gonna go home next to you. I go home next to you, Vince, and I go home next to you, Morgan, because people like you guys more than me. And like that was my pitch. I was like, but if you're next to Will's the most liked in the house by far. He's respected. He's well liked. He's played a great social game. If you're sitting next to him, you go home. And I remember like thinking, aha, this is my aha moment. I finally get to use that. Cause I was waiting for the moment where I could be like, you know, people think I'm annoying. Like Keanu, he doesn't like me. Like, why should you keep him? You know, and it worked. And I think
shouldn't have.
With Keanu, yeah, it worked perfectly. I remember with Keanu, I noticed he didn't like, oh my God, what was the saying I always did that he didn't like? Oh, no offense. I picked up that he really didn't like when I was like, no offense. So I just started doing it over and over and over again. And literally, even when me and Keanu started working together, people had no idea because it was like, we didn't get along. You know, he was annoyed by me. He didn't like, you know, and so those types of things actually really, really helped me. And I feel like because I stuck to my strategy the whole game and didn't deviate from it, it started kicking in really into gear at the end of the game, towards the end of the game, definitely the second half for sure, because I had already planted those seeds and laid the foundation and the groundwork of like, this is just who I am. Like, I'm so dumb. I'm controllable. I can easily be manipulated. Like, what? I'm annoying too. I'm annoying. Like,
I have more to say about that too. I'm going to put a pin in that for the final three because I talked specifically about that, how you laid the groundwork for your manipulation of Morgan later on.
Yeah.
But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
Okay. Yes.
So of course, Vinny wants to do Rachel as the renom. There's a whole bunch of drama where Keanu's pushing for it. Vinny tells Rachel. Rachel tells Keanu. Keanu tells Vinny. Yeah. Vinny then wants to do Rachel even more. Morgan enlists your help to convince Vince to not do it.
Yeah.
You make some good arguments. Morgan pushes hard. And ultimately it does not happen. Rachel doesn't go on the block. Catherine goes on the block.
Yeah.
Rachel cries to Vince after this. You're destroying my game. And he says, oh, I think about my game. It's even worse.
Why is your impression so good?
It was her birthday too that she cried. So this is when this clip happens. Hold on. This little bit here.
Is this the Ashley clip?
You should have said Ashley Holmes instead of Adrian.
Oh, he's going back to week 3. So that happened week 7?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. He really, I'm telling you, I lived in that man's head rent free. Like, rent free. That's crazy. I thought that happened earlier on. Oh my god,
No.
that's hilarious. He's still thinking about week 3. Oh my gosh, poor thing. Oh.
So there is some talk, and this becomes a little bit more relevant during Keanu's HOH about Keanu and the way that he's talking to women in the house. And of course, you call him out. Rachel like really calls him out later. This is sort of jumping ahead a little bit, but you have the conversation with him after your call out, after being nominated. And you know, it did seem to inform a lot of his game that he was trusting a lot of the men and not really believing a lot of the women. It's something that that was talked about a lot during the season. I think my perspective on it is that I think it was largely unconscious, and I don't think Keanu like is like a spiteful or like intentional person who does things in the way. And he has already, I think, in like sort of implied that he is like open to hearing where he went wrong in the game and stuff. So I don't know your thoughts on it.
Yeah, no, he is. And that's what I was telling you. Like, it's funny. He's watching the game back and he was like, okay, I made a lot of mistakes. I didn't, you know, read things quite correctly. And towards the end of the game, which they probably wouldn't obviously show, like me and Keanu totally made up. Like we had a great conversation about the game, and I was able to open up with him once the nominations obviously were staying the same between him and Ava. I was able to open up with him a lot more about my game. And he was like, like, okay, you know, without telling too much, because I obviously didn't fully trust him because he could go around and tell people in the house that. Especially Ava was my biggest fear because I knew he kind of liked him, and Ava just had some sort of relationship together. And yeah, I think Keanu's literally just a hothead. I think he's a hothead. I think he's a reactor. He just reacts to things fast without thinking it in the moment. And I don't think it has anything necessarily to do with one. I don't think Keanu's a bad person. Actually, I think he's a quite nice guy. I think he just is a hothead. He's just a reactor. He has a temper. He's very temperamental. And I think he thinks, I think his whole life he's probably been told that he's been right about everything. And so I think he just isn't open to anybody telling him anything that he's doing wrong in the game perspective, because I think he genuinely thought he was right. I also think it was the aspect of him thinking he could just win his way to the end. I think in his mind, he's like, I don't even need to have the social game because I can just win every single competition and get to the end. And I think I said that to him. And during his HOH, like, you think you could just win your way to the end? But I genuinely think that that was his mindset. And so I think if he were to do things over, I think he would. I do think he would. I think he can sit back, watch back, and learn from his mistakes. And he's a Christian man. Like, his mom seems so lovely. He always told me, he's like, I know my mom isn't going to like that I'm beefing with you. She probably thinks you're so cute and funny. And he was just like, what else did he say? I don't know. He just talked very highly of his mom. And he also talked highly of me towards the end of the game, one-on-one, at least. Like, he was like, no, you're someone like my family would like. Like, I hate that we're at odds. And yeah, he did apologize as well. He apologized. Even after his HOH, he apologized to me. So I'm totally fine with Keanu. I think he's a nice guy. I think he's just has temper. That's it.
Yes. Well, he does win the HOH after Catherine leaves. And he wants to target Morgan, but in order to land the shot, he has to put up Vince. And this is one of the most hilarious interactions. I mean, it's funny, after he doesn't renom Rachel, Keanu has a whole pep talk to Vince. He's like, this is what I do in my real life. I screw everything up. And Keanu's like, Vinny, this is what the game is about. You need to take shots when you have them. That's what Rachel taught me. Vinny, you can't build confidence without competence. Okay? It's very funny.
That's hilarious.
Then Keanu needs to nominate Vince, and Vince begs and pleads him. No, you can't do this to me. I can't go before jury. That's not how my story ends. Keanu, no, please, he'll do anything. Why not Ashley? Why is she getting carried? What is happening?
Oh, I saw that clip. I did see that clip. That's so funny. Oh my gosh.
It's good stuff.
Getting carried.
It's good stuff. So trying to get through this though. Of course, the nominations are fine, but when Mickey wins, that's previous week. When Morgan wins the veto, that means Morgan's safe. And this means that Keanu sets his sights on you because he wants to make up for targeting Rachel the week before, but still wants to weaken her. And so you are the shot he wants to take. This is a very precarious position for you because you and Rachel are trying to pitch to not have you go up on the block in the first place. And Ava's the only other option. The problem is if you go on the block, Ava's the swing vote. Keanu knows this and he keeps trying to bait Rachel into saying Ava's name, which she does a few times, and he uses that against Ava. However, you are able to walk the tightrope.
Yes. Did not fall for it.
Yes.
Did not fall for it. I knew he was going to try to bait me. I knew I was most likely going up at that point after just talking to him for 5 seconds. I knew, okay, I'm going to be the replacement nominee. And so I was very careful with the things that I said to him. I made sure to not necessarily recommend Ava. I remember deflect, trying to suggest other people without even naming them. Like I was like, there are 2 people who are great at blockbusters or good at competitions. Those people would be better to put up, as in Kelly and Lauren. I was like, but I know you're not going to do that though. And I'm not suggesting that. I definitely was like, I'm not going to give him anything because I knew anything I can say and will be used against me in a court of law in Keanu's world. And I remember I ran to Ava immediately after the conversation and told her everything because I wanted to build that trust with her already because I knew even though I didn't say anything, Keanu might lie, to try to get his way. I read right through him immediately. I knew. I was like, the only reason he's having this conversation with me is trying to get something out of me. He already knows he's going to put me up. So I made sure I was like, I'm not going to say nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. And this turns into a battle between you and Vince for like Ava's vote, essentially, because there's a lot of ammunition to use against Rachel at the very least, and to some degree you. Ava's never been your biggest fan, and so this actually felt like it could be a battle, but you don't make it a battle. It's not a battle. You just win it. You get Ava early. You're celebrating with her when things go well.
Yes.
You've been working on this relationship. Crucially, you talk to her about being willing to work with Lauren, which is the biggest holdup. Lauren's actually trying really hard to campaign for Vince with Ava. But Ava does not budge primarily because of your campaign with her, keeping her vote. And so with your vote, with her vote, you should be safe no matter what happens. Although we'll need to talk about Mickey.
Right. What was the real tea on that? I still don't know to this day. Was Mickey going to keep me? I think she was, but I wasn't sure.
We believed that Mickey was going to keep you.
Okay.
That she was doing the same thing that Riley was doing. However, when she got out of the house, she said she was going to vote to evict you. But she also said a lot of other things that weren't true.
Yeah, a lot of other things. See, I don't actually believe that. I think she was going to keep me. And here's why. When Vince won the thing, her reaction, I think, was her true feelings. She was livid that Vince won. Livid. Like cussing. Like it was a very visible reaction. And when she walks out and we get to the top, she looks like she was about to cry because I think she thought I was going home next to her. And her reaction, her basically about to cry because I was going home potentially, or is what she thought, made me feel like she was not going to keep Vince. I also think realistically, she can say whatever she wants. It didn't even make sense for her to keep Vince.
Oh, no way.
I mean, Vince literally just put her up the week before, and she even told people on the house she didn't trust Vince, which I believe because I think she's not a dummy. Like, Vince put you up to send you home. Like, I don't think she thought that initially, but I think as the week went on, she started realizing, in my opinion, I felt like she started realizing that Vince was actually, can't be trusted. So I don't think she was going to evict me, quite frankly. I mean, of course she's going to say that because she's salty and wants to seem like she's this like mastermind person, but I don't think she was going to evict me. I don't. Her reaction was
I didn't either, but
yeah. But she's also said a lot of things after the house.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Did you hear about the T-Core hat thing? That was funny.
The T-Core hat thing is crazy. The T-Core hat thing is crazy. Joseph is close with T-Core, obviously, from their season. And he texted T-Core, I guess, during the season and was like, hey, like that. And T-Core's like, I've never met this woman in my life. And that is not my hat. Like, I think the hat was from Shein or something. And she just.
Yeah, she said she was given it by a friend who told her it was from T-Core. Anyway, though,
she bought it.
I know.
I'm also apparently not a black woman, according to Mickey as well. So, but we don't need to get into that.
Oh boy, Mickey is evicted, and then the White Locust happens.
Oh my gosh, my biggest nightmare.
When I tell you this is the most pissed off I've seen the fan base.
I believe it. I was pissed off. I was like, this can't be so.
It was bad. We don't need to relive it necessarily, but obviously, like, you were in the house just like, what am I even doing here? What did I sign up for the challenge? Like,
no, literally. I was like, this can't be real life. This is supposed to be Big Brother. First, they hit us with the 3 nominee thing, the blockbuster. I'm like, it was literally giving the challenge. I mean, this is quite literally a competition show at this point, which I didn't sign up for, respectfully. Respectfully.
And additionally, the blockbuster's still in play, where you would not have even been in trouble if the blockbuster wasn't in play, because you were not a real choice because your work with Ava did extend to Lauren that week, and she was actually feeling kind of good about you. Lauren's preference in terms of people she wanted to leave were Morgan number 1, Keanu number 2, and Will number 3. But because of the blockbuster, you were up on the block and looking like you were going to go home despite all of it. So Lauren nominates you, Will, and Morgan. This is because she doesn't want to piss off Keanu if she doesn't have to. Again, she's like Vinny, trying to shoot the half-court shot and hope that it lands, not have to do anything else. The problem is, not only does she want to do that, but she also is fearful of winning the veto and not using it, because that would lock in Morgan's fate potentially. So she throws the veto. She literally stood there at the end of BB Comics and waited and threw the veto to Morgan.
The crazy thing is, it was only by 30 seconds. Well, Lauren beasted that veto then. She beasted through it. The fact that she's there and still, oh my gosh.
It's another wild decision by Lauren, because if she wins that veto, Morgan stays on the block. If she's a bold enough player, she uses the veto probably on you or Will. Probably on Will if she's trying to stack the block. And then one of Keanu or Morgan is guaranteed to go home. But she doesn't want to do that. She doesn't want to get extra blood on her hands. So she throws the veto. Morgan wins it. And now she's in the position where she has to renom Keanu, and he's the likely blockbuster winner. It's just an awful decision all around. Vinny also throws this veto, by the way.
Okay. That makes sense.
Pretends like he doesn't, even in the diary room.
Oh, really?
But he's literally on a casual stroll the entire time. I wonder what this one is. And then goes back for an extra joyride on the zip line, and then has the gall to be like, I was trying my hardest. You weren't. What are you doing?
Okay, because I felt like before, I remember talking to Ava, and I was like, Lauren needs to plant the seed to Vinny that he can't win the competition, because it'll show his hand. It'll show for us to choose between Morgan and Lauren. So it makes sense. It actually did make sense for his game not to win it, because he would have had to show his hand right then and there.
Yeah. We also didn't talk about we have to, it's Keanu's HOH. Morgan has the veto.
Almost uses it on Vince, probably.
Vinny and Keanu come up with a harebrained scheme to trick Morgan into using the veto on Vince.
Vinny came up with it too?
He was in the room, came up with it with Keanu. And the idea was to tell Morgan that if she uses it on Vince, he'll put up Lauren, but then he'll actually put up you. And then they will send Morgan home.
Oh my gosh, so America probably thought I was so smart then when I told Morgan not to do it. Okay, because I was like, girl, he's going to do it anyway. He's going to put me up, which I'm sure.
The live feed audience thought you were smart. Yeah. So Vinny fully knew that this was a trick and tried to get Morgan to do it. And she was going to do it until she talked to you and then Rachel, and was talked out of it. And then even after she was talked out of it, she was like, what if he just puts up Ashley anyway? And Vinny was like, he won't. I'm telling you, he won't. And he spent the entire night trying to get her to do it, pouting that she wouldn't. And he never told her. I mean, I assume I assume she's found out about it at this point, but it was pretty wild. If she had gone through with that, it would have been one of the most embarrassing plays in the history of the show.
She's for Big Brother, and I tried to tell her that. I was like, girl, if you do that, come on, no man is worth $750,000, especially when you just met, especially one with a girlfriend of 7 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
So anyway, back to Lauren's HOH. Keanu's going to go up on the block. He really didn't think he would. And he's shocked that Lauren won't put up Vince instead of him. He knows that if he doesn't win the blockbuster, he'll go home. However, you correctly determined that the chances of him not winning the blockbuster are relatively small. So everyone assumes you're done at this point. The audience, the people in the house, it's over. It's another tricky spot because nobody should vote for you to stay over Will.
Nobody should. And
the only way for you to stay over Will is if Keanu and Vince and Morgan all come together to vote for you to stay, which Vince doesn't like you.
No.
You've never worked with Keanu.
No.
And Morgan and Keanu voting the same way doesn't make any sense.
No.
It's a really tough spot, not to mention the fact that Will is like the ideal player to bring to Final 3 because he can't win the Final 3 HOH. And nobody will take him to Final 2. So he's a perfect guaranteed, like, hey, we're a duo. Nobody's going to be tempted to take Will because he's too likable. And he can't win. He's the perfect Final 3 goat. And yet, Ashley. Some may say this was a game-losing mistake for some of the people in the house.
I think this one, I think that move was the game-winning mistake because I was able to remain targetless the whole rest of the way through. As in, like, the only other time I was on the block, I think after that was when I had to be, when it was Morgan's HOH, and the only person to put up was Vinny. Obviously, she wasn't putting up Vinny. You know what I mean? No, that was their worst move. I can't believe I convinced them that I was better to keep than Will. Like, I still can't even believe they believed me. Like, I couldn't believe it worked.
If Morgan doesn't force Vince because he had to be forced to keep you, they keep Will instead. They go to the Final 3 with Will. Morgan wins the game.
Yes.
Right? Like, Morgan wins the game. So you essentially you crucially managed to pull Keanu over to your side. You proposed that you work together, and he is down for this. He would love for Lauren's HOH to be a disaster and take out Will. And this is really when your relationship starts to take off. What was it that you felt was the turning point for Keanu and your relationship?
Ooh, I feel like I really leaned into his disdain for Lauren. I feel like I really leaned into that. I really leaned into also the relationship with Kelly. I really was working my butt off to try to flip them to get Kelly and Keanu at odds because I needed him to see, look at this. You were the one who's been winning competitions and keeping Lauren safe. You could have put her up last week. You didn't. But look who Lauren decides to put up. She doesn't put up Kelly. You know, you and Kelly, you guys have been in the same position this whole game, being targets. Clearly now Kelly's doing better than you socially. I mean, the fact that you just won an HOH, could have put her up, you didn't, and now you're on the block and Kelly isn't even a consideration. Clearly, look at this trio. There's a trio for me. Ava, Lauren, and Kelly. And you're on the other side of that. If you take me out, that would be a dumb move because I'm alone. I'm a loner. My number one is gone. She got evicted in White Lotus. Like, Rachel wants us to work together, Keanu. Like, she'd be so happy for us to work together. Like, hello, you have to keep me. And also, Will is a number for Kelly, not you. So you keeping Will would just be making Kelly's game way more powerful because Kelly already has not only the trio, but she'll also have Will. Look at who sits and talks all day long in the mornings. They're the only two that wake up, you know? And so I was really leaning on trying to break him and Kelly up for him seeing that Kelly is now your competition. Like, I know you guys have been allies, but clearly now Kelly's out gaming you. She's not even on the block. Kelly has protection from a trio, and if you keep Will, she has protection from him as well. Who do you think Will's going to go for? It's not Kelly. You know, and I kind of just tried to lean into that. And I also tried to lean into bringing Morgan and Vince and him together. I kind of tried to do that for both of them because Keanu told me that his nominees were going to be Morgan and Vince, but I would run to Morgan and Vince and be like, Keanu's putting me up, but just as a pawn, and you guys can keep me up. You guys are my numbers, like, duh. Because I'm like, if they feel unity with that, then that'll push Morgan and Vince over the edge to keep me, right? Because they're going to believe, oh, if we do this and we go with Keanu's plan of keeping Ashley, we can pull in Keanu. You know, Keanu won't target us. He'll target the girls. And so I really leaned into that, even though I knew Keanu. Obviously, he would have put Lauren up, but he was definitely coming for, like, Morgan for sure still. But I didn't care because I needed the vote to stay. Love you, Morgan, but girl, I need to stay. And I needed them to believe that Keanu wasn't coming for them, because I knew if they believed that, then this is like the stamp. If you keep Ashley, Keanu's now feeling like you guys are all working together, and we could all, come together and go against the other side, which is the 3 girls. And I feel like that really helped as well as showing Vinny that like, Will never be a target. You and Will could be on the block. You're going home every single time next to Will. Will's also a strong duo with Ava. Will's never going to choose you over Ava. I don't have anyone else to choose in front of you guys. The judges are my thing. Like, I have nobody. Rachel's gone. And so I really tried to lean into that for them to keep me. I was willing to do whatever it takes. I was like laying that groundwork every day. And I think that was Will's downfall. I feel like he just thought he was safe because they made it seem like he was safe in the beginning of the week, that he didn't start working and trying really hard until a little bit later. But it was almost too late because I'd already laid the groundwork and was pushing all of that, all my agenda basically the whole week. And I feel like he never saw Keanu as an opening. And I did. Immediately when Keanu went up, I was like, I'm going to rely on his emotions, being heated in the moment and being pissed at Lauren, and really just poke that bear.
It's a hard thing to do, to get votes from 2 different sort of sides of the game. But you managed it. You surprised everyone by managing to stay there. It is funny because Vince really did not want to keep you. And so he would do what he often did and like go to Lauren because Morgan was pushing for you to stay. And he'd be like, Lauren, Morgan's pushing me for Ashley to stay. She wants Ashley to stay, thinking that Lauren would be like, oh yeah, I can't believe that. But then Lauren would be like, well, I mean, I think she should. She also wanted you to stay over Will. So he couldn't find anyone that agreed with him other than Kelly. And so he had a lot of trouble there. At this point, he is ranting about you like on a daily basis about how you don't even deserve to be there.
Oh my gosh. Oh. That's why.
And then you also do one thing with Lauren where and this was, I think, a genuine misunderstanding, but you used it, that Vince had told Will, hey, you might leave because you're too well liked. And then Will talked to Ava and then talked to Morgan and you and said, hey, apparently I'm too well liked.
Yes.
And then you guys were like, how did he know that's what we were talking about? Ava must have told him, and Lauren must have told Ava because Vinny's been talking to Lauren. And the reality was that Vinny had already told Will straight up. That's how he knew. But it was a good connection to make, and it really helped. It really pissed Morgan off about Lauren.
I genuinely thought that. So that was a genuine mistake. I genuinely thought, because Ava had told me in the bathroom that I think you're saying, and I was like, okay, she definitely got that from Lauren. And so I genuinely was connecting the dots and thought that was it.
What I will say is it is possible that did happen also, because we did miss a chunk of the conversation that Ava had, I believe, with Will.
Okay.
So it is possible that also happened, but Will had been told by Vinny also.
So Vinny straight up told him that I was staying, or what did he say?
He was saying like, yeah, we're thinking, you're really well liked. So, that's a reason. He wasn't saying he was going to do it, but he was like, that's a reason people are talking about.
Wow. Okay, I see. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay.
Really pissed Morgan off though. She went off on Vince. Like, I told you we can't trust Lauren, Vince.
I loved it. I loved every moment. I really wanted Vince and Morgan to break up so bad because as you guys know, I did not want to work with Vinny. I feel like I was forced, because that was the hand I was dealt. But I really just wanted Morgan all to myself. I was like,
yeah. Well, Vince wins the next HOH after you survive the vote against Will 3-2. And this is again a spot where you should just be an easy nom, but Morgan immediately is getting to work. He had been promising Morgan all week long the week before, I will nominate Lauren. I will. You're doubting me, but I will do it. Planning to throw the HOH, but he couldn't because he was up against Kelly, who would have nominated him because he burned Kelly too many times in the game. So now he's stuck in this place, and it's a whole series of events. And I couldn't explain it to you if I tried, Ashley, because it was every single night for hours until 5, 6 a.m. in the morning, arguing back and forth, talking in code about their relationship. slowly starting to sleep in the same room, to sleep in the same bed, to sleep in, closer, to sleep with less pillows, to, all kinds of stuff going on every single night. And it was a lot to have to cover, let me tell you.
Oh my gosh.
Point being, though, Morgan is pushing hard for him to not put you on the block. You are pushing Morgan's buttons. Morgan is pushing Vince's buttons. And one of the primary arguments is if you nominate Ashley, you will lose all of the judges' jury votes.
Right.
And it's kind of a nonsense.
Completely nonsense argument, but I love that Morgan believed it. I was like, yes, girl. Absolutely. Absolutely right. They'll never vote for him.
Vince, in the meantime,
that worked. I was so happy about it.
Yes, it was I don't know why it worked. And let me say this too, because again, I want to make sure all these moves come through, but you had been planting that seed for a long time.
Yes.
There's a very fun clip I have of you when you did talk to Rachel about how they want her in jury, and you were like, I'm telling them that you're going to be unbiased. Because obviously I want you in the jury.
Right.
Like, I want you to make as far as you can.
Yeah.
And then Will's like, that's so funny. And Rachel's like, that's so funny that they think that there will be great jurors for them. And you're like, yeah, they don't know you like I do. And then I cut to Rachel and Will have also voted for Ashley.
Right, literally.
And you're telling this to Morgan all the way up until like day 82.
Yes,
like Morgan, Rachel's going to be such an unbiased juror,
Oh my gosh, I knew she won it. I know them, and I know Will wouldn't be unbiased, which is why I was not going to take Ava to final two. What the heck? I would have not gotten Will's vote.
Yes. So Vince has been trying to put a target on Ava's back for weeks now, and he wants Ava or Keanu to go on this age. Yeah. I mean, he would love for you to go, but he can't.
Yes.
But he ends up using the cheating island comment as a reason to put Keanu on the block, which is wild because you have to assume that's going to be part of the storyline if you use it as a reason.
Right.
But again, the Vinnie Morgan stuff escalates. He wants her to sleep in the HOH room. He wants her to sleep in the bed. And it just continues and continues.
Yeah.
She says Lauren needs to touch the block at least once.
Yeah.
And you and her are basically like, let's pretend we won't vote her out.
Oh, yeah.
But we will vote her out.
Her out immediately as she touched the block. I was like, evict. Love Lauren, but she was not good for my game. I mean, there was a point in the beginning of the game where I did want to work with her, but after that, after her, which I think I said to the camera, I don't know if it showed, but after her even considering putting me up as a renom, I was like, nope, I don't trust her because like, what, girl, I've been trying to work with you, and now you just want to throw me up on the block? Like, I'm the type of person I don't forget things. I forgive, but I don't forget. And so I was like, I just need to do whatever I can to get Lauren on that block, because if she was not on that blockbuster, I'm pressing evict. She was not.
You're giving Morgan ammunition. You're poking and prodding her. If she ever starts to relent, she comes to you a couple of times like, am I being unreasonable? And you're like, girl.
No. Like, what? This is genius. Like, oh my gosh, no, because then I also started seeing Lauren as even more of a threat with the Kelly and Ava duo or trio. And I saw that they were starting to get closer than me and Ava. And so I'm like, oh, no. Like, I need Ava to be Team Ashley. Like, because at this point, I felt like she really liked me in the house towards this.
You had won her over by the time you would have had her vote against Vince, you had like fully won her to your side, and she was fully Team Ashley.
Okay, good. Wait, that's good to know. That's how I felt. I felt like me and Ava had really connected at this point. She's a great number for me. She actually really, cares about me and wants me in this game. And I saw Lauren. Lauren was in the way. I'm like, oh no, Lauren's got.
She had a final. You knew this. She had a final 3 with Lauren and Kelly.
Yes, absolutely. That I absolutely knew, just by the way that Ava was constantly pitching to try to keep Kelly over Keanu, which I was never going to do ever. I knew, I was like, oh no, something, I'm not only right that this is a trio, but this is something strong. Like the fact she's pitching to me why Kelly should stay. I mean, even in Lauren's campaign for Lauren to stay, she started pitching why Kelly should stay over Keanu. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is silly. Like, you guys all my alarms are going off. And so I wanted Lauren out. Like, I knew I would say whatever I had to say to Vince to get Lauren on that block.
So I counted at least 9, maybe 10 times that Vince was convinced to put Lauren on the block, talked to Lauren, was convinced to not, It happened 10 times. There was one of the notable times right before the nomination ceremony. You saw him. He was talking outside in the backyard. He was telling her, "I'm sorry. Like, like this is good for us. You have to do it." And it's one of the most ridiculous conversations you'll ever watch. The episode has some of it. At one point, he's like, "Please, please, 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 100 times. I'll do anything. I'll say anything. Please, Lauren, please. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it, Lauren." She's like, "No, come on. Let's do it. It'll be fun. Come on."
That's so funny. Hilarious.
Doesn't end up doing it. Morgan's pissed. You tell him, White Locust planted a seed. This decision has now grown it into a plant. If you don't renom Lauren, it will grow into a tree that you can't climb down from with Morgan. After you leave that conversation, he goes, "Whatever. Still think I beat Lauren in the final 2. Maybe I should have just nominated her. That was the best decision. Fucking up my game."
That is hilarious. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Seeing all that, like the clips of it, like how much that man, like, I'm telling you, I lived in his head rent free. Like that is.
He brought us endless entertainment at the very least.
Oh, that is so funny. Gosh. No, I remember being like, if anything, I was like, my last ditch effort for me to not go up on this block and Morgan uses this is to use Morgan as a weapon against Vinny. Like, I'm like, this relationship is going to crumble if you put me up. Like, if you put me up, not only will it crumble the jury house, it's going to crumble your relationship with Morgan because you've already planted the seed that you would choose Lauren over Morgan. And now if you do this, that is choosing Lauren over Morgan. And there is no coming back from it. I remember, I'm like.
And literally he's upstairs saying, "I still think I beat Lauren in the final 2." And you are downstairs telling Morgan, "I think he thinks he can beat Lauren in the final 2.
No.
And you get Morgan to tell you about her final 2 deal with Vince and the final 2 deal that Vince said he declined from Lauren, which obviously he didn't. And you tell Morgan that you would love to go to the final 2 with her. But at this point, she wins the veto, and you're like, "I'm not really going to final 2.
No, absolutely not. Like, oh my gosh, once she won, because I was like, you know what? I'm 50-50 because I felt like I'd done more than Morgan socially lately in the game and that people weren't really liking her as much as, I'm not saying I'm the most liked person in the house. We know that that's not true. But I feel like compared to Morgan at that point, I was definitely more liked than Morgan. Like, Will liked me more. Ava liked me more. Lauren liked me more. Shoot, Keanu liked me more. You know what I mean? I started getting more numbers. And so I was at that point, Morgan had only won maybe 1 competition or something, like 1 or maybe 2 at that point. I'm trying to think. She won charcuterie protection.
This was her 2nd veto in a row, I think.
Yeah, so she had only won 1 competition. I had only won 1 competition. So I'm like, in my social game, more people liked me. So I genuinely was like, at that point, maybe I would sit in a final 2 with Morgan. There were other people I would rather, but I didn't necessarily lie about that at that moment. But then once she won that veto, I was like, okay, so no, I'm not going to sit with her in final 2.
Maybe it was her 3rd.
A comp piece.
But yeah.
A comp piece, yeah.
At this point, you make a final 2 with Ava.
Yes.
You continue to lock in with Keanu. Again, you encourage Morgan to keep pressuring for Lauren. And again, tons of back and forth, but eventually he does put up Lauren. Really shouldn't have. And then there's this whole saga where Lauren is now forced to play ball with Vince because he breaks a tie in her favor, but she's pretty mad at him. And so she talks about how she's mad at him on her campaign trail. Then Morgan actually like fully decides, you know what? I pushed too hard. I feel bad.
Yeah.
And has this like breakdown moment with Vince that lasts all night. And he feels like, I've got her now. She feels bad. And he tries to pile on the guilt trip by saying, yeah, and Lauren now says she's done with me. And then the next morning, Morgan's like, so Lauren's done with you. Right. Why are we keeping her then?
Yeah, literally.
And so Vince says, oh no. And he grabs Lauren and he says, you need to say that you don't want to come after me.
Yep, clocked it.
Which she does, and you instantly clock it. And this is the final nail in his coffin for Morgan. You are fully able to convince her that he will always choose Lauren over her because of this.
Yep. Yep, instantly clocked it. Instantly. She completely changed her tune, which gave the whole thing away. The day before, she's saying, I don't trust Vince anymore. You know, I thought I was his untouchable, and now he's touched me, so clearly I'm not his untouchable. The trust is broken, you know, yada, yada, yada. The next day, I love Vince. Vince is great. Vince is perfect. He's an angel. Like, love him, ride or die. Want to keep him. He's asking. You know, it was just a complete different tune. And she started saying things that I had literally told Vince and Morgan like earlier that day, which is why immediately even more was like 100% Vince told her exactly what to say. I don't remember the exact language that was used, but it was 100%. I was like, this is Vince talking. This is not Lauren talking. This is Vince talking. I don't trust it.
Yeah, basically, Vince couldn't do anything without you being like, oh, see that? See that, Morgan? Oh, he just did it again.
Yeah.
Like, he couldn't get away with anything. You were just constantly on his case.
Yes.
So it kind of ends in a stalemate, of course, where Morgan and you and Keanu plan to evict Lauren if you can. He plans to break a tie to save Lauren if he can. None of it ends up mattering when Lauren wins the blockbuster. And Kelly leaves. Now, I don't know how much you knew about this, but what Lauren had told Vince was, you haven't lost me as long as you keep Kelly over Keanu. And Vince said, of course I will do that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I was wondering her face. Her face when Vince broke the tie said it all.
He'd been promising her all week. He'd been saying, that's my move to differentiate myself from Morgan. I promise. She's been like, we need to take out Morgan after that. And he's like, I know, we're going to do it. And
Shame. I knew he was never going to keep Kelly. It didn't make sense for his game. Keanu was someone who was a loyal soldier. Kelly was coming for him and Morgan. So I don't know.
And at the end of the day, it's what Morgan wanted him to do. So
I know.
Of course, the double eviction happens. Morgan wins the HOH. Keanu wins the veto, and Lauren is finally sent home.
Yep.
And that brings us to the final five.
Like perfect final five. Couldn't be more perfect. I was so happy.
You literally said when you talked about Elle Woods that you needed Kelly and then Lauren gone. Of course, there was a detour where Rachel and Will left first, but you got there.
Yeah, still got there.
This endurance comp pissed me off because this went, I think, 9 hours with Leah and Cam and Angela this season before. And this season they were like, how can we make this better? What if we added really heavy face masks at the end of your sword? That means that if you don't have good upper body strength, you won't be able to last.
Exactly.
I wonder who this is in favor for.
Oh, exactly. And boy, were they surprised. I know they thought Keanu would. I thought Keanu was going to win that. I was like,
he should have.
We'll take Morgan out this week, and this is my perfect Final Four. Morgan, because that was my perfect Final Four, honestly. Keanu, Vince, and Ava at that point, once we got to 7, that was my ideal Final Four because I felt like I could definitely beat Vince in a vote. I felt like Ava, if I could make a big move over Ava, yes, she'd have Kelly and Lauren and Will, but I think I could have Rachel, Morgan, Keanu, and then I would have to try to get Vince. But Vince and Ava didn't get along. So I thought, maybe at worst, this could work out for me. But I never plan on taking Ava to Final 2. Anyway, but it was my perfect Final 4 because Ava's also, if anyone's worse than me in competitions, it was Ava. So I'm like, this is my ideal Final 4 because maybe I can start winning stuff, especially with Morgan out. And then I was like, at worst, Keanu will just win everything. And like, he'll take me to the end. Granted, he has a damn good story, but he's pissed so many people off. Like his reads were so off in the game. The social strategy just wasn't there. And I knew as a lawyer, I'm like, oh, I had already started thinking of every argument I could poke into Keanu's, story as to why he should win. So I was like, this is my ideal Final Four. I knew Morgan, it would be very hard to beat her just because she completely ran Vinny's HOHs. She did. Mm-hmm. Completely ran his HOHs, which is very strong. And then she conked out, quite literally. She would have gone home weeks before, but she just kept winning competition after competition after competition. That's
she either broke the record or tied I think she broke the record for most consecutive rounds with immunity.
Wow. It's impressive.
It would have been the next closest person, if she had won the final HOH, the next closest person, like she would have won out from like final 9 or final 10 or something.
Yep.
And the next closest person had won out from final 6.
Crazy. Yeah. So there's no way, you know what I mean? There's just no way I'm beating Morgan. So I wanted Morgan gone that week, even though I love Morgan. I was like, she's gotta go because she's the only person out of the 5 that I felt like definitely 100% will beat me hands down just because of the comp wins. I mean, not necessarily social strategy, but the comp wins and completely running Vinny's HOHs is a strong enough argument because people love comp wins. For whatever reason, people love a good comp win. It just is what it is. And so, yeah, I just remember thinking Keanu's got this. This is his competition to win. He's going to win this. He's going to knock out one of them. And it didn't happen because I hate to say his arrogance, but his arrogance. I think he was talking too much. He wasn't focused. He was looking around. He should have been focused. He thought it was his to lose. I mean, his to win. And he got too confident. And it's unfortunate, but everything worked out in my favor, clearly, because Vinny actually would have gone home that week, not Morgan, because Morgan won Tiny Veto.
Yeah, I mean, Keanu said that he wouldn't have touched Vince as the HOH. I don't know how true that is, but yeah.
Oh, that's surprising to me. These moves don't make sense. See, it would have been the smartest thing to put up Morgan and Vinny up front.
I mean, yeah, here's the thing. I mean, he was telling that to Vince ahead of time, and he, you know, I think he might have meant it. I think it would have been an interesting conversation with you and Keanu, because obviously if he leaves Vince off the block,
I have to go up. Yeah.
And that means that Vince can use the veto on Morgan. And so like, I think it's tough because it's Keanu. There's probably a world where he can be swayed into putting Vince up. It had happened before that he did that for that specific reason. But especially once he had already been betrayed, Keanu was like, I was gonna keep you for sure. So it's hard to know exactly what would have happened, but yeah, that was his story.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So Vince of course continues to promise Keanu he will not go up, and that he will not play Morgan's game, despite the fact that he does end up of course putting Keanu up.
Anyway. Literally does it anyway. Does everything. See, that's what I didn't understand about Vince's game is like moves where he would obviously have to show his hand. He would still lie. And I'm like, don't you realize you have to show your hand? Like, to me, what is the point of lying? Like, I didn't get it. But what's this game?
You heavily consider your options if you win this veto with you off the block. Should you take out Morgan? We, I think Corey from season 25 and I did a small debate about this, whether this was the right move to take out Morgan, because there's pros and cons. Ultimately, we kind of landed on like, listen, if you get power and don't use it at the final 5 after not winning anything, like you kind of just have to go for it.
I knew I had to use it. I knew I had to use it. Yeah, I knew that even if even skipping ahead to the next week, I knew, unfortunately, if I won the power of veto, I was going to have to use it, because otherwise people are going to say she's made no moves in the game. You finally win something and then you don't use it. And so that's why I felt like it was God, like everything worked out the way it was supposed to. Like Morgan, it was great that she won that final veto, because if I won it, I would have had to use it, because I would have had to show that I can make a big move. And granted, things would have worked out and I think I still would have won, because Ava wouldn't have beat me. I love Ava, but she wouldn't have beat me in the part 2 HOH. Morgan always would have won that first endurance comp. I would have won the second comp. And obviously, it would have been me versus Morgan in that final HOH. So I would have still won the HOH. And I would have sat next to Ava. But I think if I took Vince out and had a big move like that, him not liking Ava as well, he didn't like me, but he didn't like Ava. I also feel like Will might have had to flip at that point. Because at that point, how do you keep Ava if I not only won the veto, took Ava, kept her safe, won the final veto? You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be crazy. I don't know what he really would have done, though, because his loyalties were definitely to Ava. But it's like, if you make a big move like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what would have happened, but I just know, like, it was meant for me to not win those vetoes, because I would have had to use it. How do you justify that to a jury if you make it to the end, that you finally, you're able to make a power play and you don't do it? You know?
Exactly. So Morgan wins the veto, And that's finally it for Keanu. You think he's going to leave that night, but he ends up staying around a couple more days, which is great for you because you use that time very effectively.
Yeah.
You actually talk to him about how you think your best case scenario is sitting against Vince, and he agrees with you.
Yeah.
And that's a really, really underrated, effective tactic to talk to people about your jury management, about what you plan to do before they leave, if they know they're leaving. He couldn't really blame you for sending him out, even though he did disagree. And so very good stuff and very effective stuff. Meanwhile, Vince and Morgan are mostly spending their time talking about option 1. And Keanu is finally evicted, bringing us to the final 4.
Yes. Final 4. And yes, I definitely was like, I'm going to work this man. Love you, Keanu. But I was like, I'm going to work him. He's going home, or, he's going to the jury house, and I need him to deliver messages for me. That's exactly how I saw it. And I don't know if he did or not, but I was like, that was my plan.
He did leave saying that you were smarter than people gave you credit for. Like you had convinced, because again, the way that you talked to him, and he mentioned this to you, like the way that you talked strategy to him was like refreshing, because, and we actually mentioned this too, that anytime Vince talked to you, because Vince loves to mirror people.
Yeah.
Anytime Vince talked to you, we were like, wow, he seems like a competent strategist when he talks to Ashley.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
So final 4, Morgan wins the HOH, and it's ridiculous. I mean,
Not even close.
Just ridiculous.
I'm telling you how heavy the thing was. I was like, they don't want to see me win, because the fact that they made that the HOH, I am so frail. Like,
It's never been an HOH.
Okay, because I was like, what is this comp? So it's never been an HOH. Okay, got it.
The last time we saw it, I think, was BB 17 or something. And
10 years ago.
Coincidentally, it's a competition that Keanu knew about and talked about a lot during the season.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. Apparently, he had a whole tissue box. To practice the competition. And to say they really wanted him to stay that week.
Yeah.
The week before, they did not want him to be evicted over Ava, is the vibes that I got. I also, here's my thing. It would have been the dumbest move in history for me to vote for him to stay, because exactly what I predicted would happen, happened. Okay. Keanu would have won that HOH. Okay.
Yep.
But guess who would have won the veto?
Morgan.
Nobody was beating Morgan in that veto. She completed that thing in like 10 minutes. I mean, it was quite literally, that veto was meant to be probably 30 to 45 minutes. She completed it in 10 minutes. It wasn't even close. She said she's played those games before a lot, those puzzle sliding thing games. And guess who would have gone home? Just as I predicted, which I even laid out. I tried to lay it out to him. I said, listen, at this point, I'm guaranteed final 3. Me keeping you puts that in danger. And he's like, so you're playing for third? And I'm like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm guaranteed 3. And at that point, I couldn't tell him. I was pretty sure I could convince Morgan to take me to 2 and Vinny to take me to 2. So I'm guaranteed top 2 if I evict you. Why would I keep you? And he's like, because I can win the competitions, I can win the final veto, and then I can take Morgan out. Do you know how many things have to line up for those chain of events to happen for Morgan to go? I remember I told him that to his face, because I was like, this would be the dumbest move ever for me to keep you in the game. Dumb.
Yeah.
And guess what? I would have gone home. I would have been 4th place, not even 3rd.
Yep. You spent much of the final 4 talking to Ava and securing her jury vote.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught much of this, but Ava was constantly secretly pulling Vince into rooms.
I did. I did.
You should keep me.
Yeah. No, I noticed it. I noticed it a lot, actually, because there was times I was in the bathroom, and as soon as I'd walk out, she'd walk by and go in. I'm like, girl.
Of course, it doesn't work. We talked about this. She was campaigning to the wrong person.
Yeah, she was.
Vince may have had the vote, but not control of the vote.
Right.
And so as soon as Morgan wins the Final 4 veto, you go to work on her.
Yes.
And I had a long live feed update talking through this conversation you had with her, because I really thought it was impressive. First of all, Morgan winning.
I'm so honored to be your streamer.
Yes. Morgan, of course, is a gamer.
She's a gamer.
Bombshell.
That's right.
Right. But really phenomenal conversation with her where you are introducing this concept of, hey, you have basically just won the game. You're so close. All you need to do is win the final HOH. She's like, what do you mean? People lose the game after winning the final HOH. Well, no, if you take me, obviously it's a guarantee. If you take Vince, it's 50-50. And it's a long conversation, but this is where I wanted to bring up like the groundwork you laid all season long of saying it like it is, making accurate predictions. You'd constantly say things with so much confidence. You had the confidence of Keanu, but like you actually got things right, which is pretty rare. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like it's a strategy that could have made you fall so flat on your face if you had been wrong more often, but you weren't. You got things right over and over again, and it built so much credibility that not only were you right about things all the time, but you had a reputation for being too honest. And so it, you know, some people saw this conversation and they're like, wow, Ashley's just being so obvious about what she's trying to do. But it's like she built all of this credibility for 80 days so that this would land in the way that it does. And it hits Morgan hard. And I have one final clip I want to show you.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited.
I win this final HOH, I could win this entire game. I'm not going to stop planting seeds about Vinny, because I need to make sure that if I don't win this, I am at least taken by Morgan. I'm not going to stop. I'm pretty sure she's going to take me, but Vinny's going to say everything he can to be taken to the end. And I'm going to make sure that that doesn't happen, because that is my spot, which is 50-50.
It would be 50-50, Vince.
Which is 50-50.
It is not 50-50.
It is 50-50, Vince.
It just depends. With Rachel in the jury, I don't know, because she plays a lot like Vince.
You played a very similar game to Rachel.
But Rachel plays a lot like Vince.
Vince.
Is there any rule where Rachel votes for me over you?
Yes.
That's fucking absurd.
No, it's not. Did you not hear what Ashley said? You played a very similar game to Rachel.
Your social game was good, you just had Vinny goggles, so you didn't see a lot of things that were happening.
I had Vinny goggles on.
Girl, you know he was a part of that flip, right?
I had Vinny goggles on. But it was just like whatever Vinny wanted, I did. I trusted Vinny, I believed Vinny.
Where did this come from?
Had you won the final HOH, who are you going to take?
You know, I was actually going to take Ashley.
Oh my gosh. You have to send me these clips. These are so good. I have to send them to my parents. Oh my God. If only the show edited me like this. I mean, come on.
That's what I'm saying. And this is what I was trying to communicate to people at the end of the season as well. Just like, I wish that more people could see what I'm seeing here, because it is so fun, and it's pretty rare that we get players in the end game who are doing these kinds of things who haven't already like locked up the game 8 weeks prior. And so it was really good stuff and just masterfully executed. You navigated. Vince tried very hard every single night, to the point where it really wore Morgan down, and I would not be surprised in the least if her performance in part 3 of the final 3 HOH had to do with the fact that she got no sleep because Vinny was just hounding her about this decision, and she kept entertaining the conversation.
Yep. I remember like being like, I mean, there was one night we all stayed up really late in the hot tub.
Yeah.
But I remember being like, I have way more credibility if I give my opinions in front of Vinny than just doing it on the side. Because that way it seems like clearly this is not a game playing move. I'm just blunt and honest. I'm just saying it like it is. And so I remember when we were all three sitting in the hot tub, I used that as strategy. I was like, okay, I'm going to plant seeds while I'm in the hot tub, meaning I am going to just hype up Vinny's game as much as I can, even though I don't believe it. I've never even watched Rachel's season. I don't know if he played like Rachel at all. I've never watched Rachel's season in my life. And I just remember being like, if I do it in front of Vince, it buys me that credibility, because she's not going to think I'm manipulating her if I'm saying it in front of him. Who would? Who would? Because why would you say something like that if you're trying to make it a game playing move? You're not going to say it in front of the person. And so I remember I was just hyping Vince up the whole time in the hot tub. You played a masterful game. You know, you played a game like, you're amazing. You're the best. You're the best social player in the house. I remember there was a moment we were looking at the wall and we were ranking social game. And we both agreed that Vinny was number 2. We said Ava and Will were like kind of tied for 1, and Vinny was close following. And then we agreed that me and her were kind of tied for 5th. And I remember that moment being like, it's working. It's working. The fact she sees Vince as a better social player than me is perfect. Like, this is amazing. Everything.
Vince was losing his mind trying to talk to Morgan about this. He was like, how in the world do you believe this? But the problem was, and I pointed this out time and time again, he had no ground to stand on because all season long, he had been talking about how useless you were as a player and how you didn't deserve to be there. And so he couldn't, even if he wanted to, and he didn't even try, build you up. All he could do was talk himself down, and that was just not enough.
Yep. Nope. It sure wasn't. I knew I had her by the time I remember that last day. She was like, I know what I have to do. But I remember I was planting the seeds when Ava was still here, which I don't know if they showed this, but it was my idea for Ava to tell Morgan about the things because I wanted Ava to believe that that could make the veto be used on her, even though I knew there was no shot in hell Morgan would ever use the veto on Ava because Morgan knows that Ava was coming for her. And I had convinced Morgan that Ava is just completely unbeatable. She has locked votes. Like nobody can beat Ava, you know, not me, not you, not Vinny, because she has locked votes. She has 4 locked votes. Keanu loves Ava. He'll vote for her next to anyone. He doesn't like you two, you know, Will, which that's true. Will would always vote for Ava. And I was like, plus she has Kelly and Lauren. We all know that they're all close. You can't sit next to Ava. But I used with Ava kind of the reverse. I was like, you know, Morgan, you know, if you tell her these things, Morgan doesn't know about the Will vote. She has no idea that Vinny was a part of that, you know. And also, you know, that Vinny didn't want to take Morgan to final 2. Like, you could tell her, like, if you tell her, maybe it'll cause distrust and she'll use the veto on you and then we can all stay and then me and you are final 2. Yay. And I couldn't believe it worked. But I remember it worked a little too well because I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I wanted her to have this conversation with Morgan, not the whole house. And so I remember being like, oh no, this worked a little too good because this is not what I wanted. I wanted a one-on-one with her and Morgan, not to blow up the whole house. I didn't want that. I will admit that. That was a little bit, I was scared for my game. Because
he pissed her off because when he finally told her he was voting her out, she was like, he'd been stringing her along for days for no reason.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I knew she was trying, but I didn't know Vince was actually saying he was going to keep her.
And the thing too is he was telling people, I know that if I don't take out Morgan, I don't deserve to win the game. He was like saying these things when he had no intention seemingly of even doing those things. Like, I know I need to keep you. And I know that not keeping you is doing what Morgan wants me to do.
Didn't make sense. Didn't make sense at all. But I was so happy that everything, I was like, well, this is really, I'm thinking I'm getting good at it at this point because I am working it here. Like I am pulling strings. I convinced Ava to do this. Now she's blowing up I'm like, clearly I'm going to get that in the edit. No, of course not.
You know, people talked about Steve Moses in regards to your game because he cut Vanessa and a lot of people comparing Morgan to Vanessa. But Steve Moses also can relate to his game not being shown in the episodes.
Yeah. I don't know why they do that, but I'm like, I felt like it would change. I knew the first half of the game for sure it wouldn't change because socially it was kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't in the leaderboard for winning the game at that point. But I felt like once Rachel went home and then I kept myself over Will, I was hopeful I would have a great edit after that because that was hard work to do.
What I will say is I feel like they did start making some amount of effort toward the end to show you more. But from my perspective, it was clear they still never believed in you in the way that they were going to put together a really impressive montage, whatever clip for you. They were just showing your diary rooms more often toward the end, which they kind of had to do anyway because there were less people.
There was nobody there. Yeah. Boo.
All right. Well, I know you've got to run, so we'll try to wrap up quickly here.
Yes, I know. I was looking at the time like,
of course, you end up winning the game. Love the line, I turned my enemies into allies, and Vince turned his allies into enemies because it perfectly summed up your games. But that is the season. Any other thoughts? Anything else you want to say before we wrap up?
I feel like you've covered a lot. I also found out a lot about the show that I obviously did not know. And I probably won't even know from watching the show because they probably, they only show such minuscule moments. I feel like I'm proud of the game I played, despite some criticism. Granted, I've received like no criticism from live feeders. It's mostly from the casual viewers. But I'm surprised how many things worked that I didn't necessarily know worked. That I'm surprised about. Watching like some of the edits you made, I'm like, oh my gosh, they went back verbatim and like used the words that I used. So I'm very like pleasantly surprised about that. I know people are talking a lot about, there's like rumors like about all winter season or whatever. And in several interviews, I'm asked like, would I go back? I would go back, and hopefully they do my edit justice if I say around.
Well, listen, what I will say, if you do play again, it's better for you that the edit was this way.
Yes, you're right. You're right, because people underestimate me, which I think is good. But I guess my message is just to the underdogs. I feel like the whole season, everybody in the cast underestimated me, besides Will. Besides probably Will and maybe Rachel. Those are probably the only two.
Can you believe Will told people your secret in the jury?
And you know what's funny? I don't know if it's shown on live feeds. I made him promise to make sure Rachel would say something eventually. And I made him promise that he would tell Rachel not to say anything. And then he did. But maybe
I think it worked out. Because I think it might have been risky to leave it to the last second to help shift the perspective. So, maybe it helped.
No, I think it helped because it probably got people thinking about me and that I'm smarter than I actually let on sooner than my final two speech. So I think it worked out. But Will, loose lips Will. Him trying to convince me that 1 week that Ava didn't put me, his face told it all. But yeah, overall, I'm so happy to come on here and, discuss things with people like you who actually watched everything happen. And thank you for recognizing my game. And yeah, thank you to all the fans and the supporters. I'm unbelievably pleased with how many supporters I actually have despite the edit. That part surprises me. The Twitter part surprises me because I obviously didn't get on Twitter until like 4 days ago. And it's already growing. That platform is already growing and I just got it. So it just shows me that I had some impact, maybe not on the show, but definitely to the live feeders. So shout out to all the live feeders who watch.
Listen, at least from my perspective, your kind of win is the most meaningful to me. And I know to a lot of people because this show, it can often beat you down with the systems in place that rewards a certain kind of play. And so to see somebody who is able to overcome that and come out on the other side and win is really inspiring and really reminds, I think, at least myself, and I know a lot of others, why they watched the show in the first place. So thank you for your perseverance and your ability to stick it out and to take home the win. Thank you for sticking with me well past your engagement. And as I mentioned before at the start of the podcast, check out my book, anyone, TaranArmstrong.com. If you want a copy, I can send you one, Ashley.
Yes, I love one. What?
Yes. And we'll be back with more deep dives. We are going to be talking with Rachel in a little bit. So stay tuned for that. Ashley, where can people find you? What's the platform you're going to?
Yes, I am on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and Blue Sky. My Instagram and my TikTok are Ashley Hollis _ ASHLEY HOLLIS _. And then my Twitter is Ashley Hollis 2 _. My Blue Sky, good question. Ashley Hollis something. Find me. I think it's like Ashley Hollis at Blue Sky or something like that. But I can tweet my Blue Sky so you guys can find me on there too.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you, Ashley, for enduring me. And we will see all of you next time.
Thank you. Bye, Taran.
This is RHAP. We know reality TV.